must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 and I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you, yeah, I'm looking for you. For you, I'm looking for you. For you, let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, beat. Let's get it now.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And hello, my dear fellas. Hello, dear esports friends. We are back with another play day here at Voltage League. And myself, I am Mighty, and I'm joined by Bullet.
Thank you so much for the welcome. Yes, folks, you're back again with another play coming in from the side of Voltage League Season 4. Now, for the last play day, or we're going to call it the last broadcast day, yes, we missed out a little bit of action due to some technical difficulties. But yes, we are back with 4 BO1s, 4 banger teams, 8 in total banger teams fighting off with each other to get the topmost standing. But before any further ado, let's take a look. Take a quick look at the current standing for the Voltage League Season 4.
So we have ourselves some bunch of very good teams here in the league, so we don't really gotta say much about that. That's the thing for a sure case. But we have had some few players, and that makes the standings that we are currently seeing on the screen. And that way, we can consider and say we got some teams in the first round here that haven't performed the way that they most likely wanted so far. So there will be a lot of heat in this matchup because both teams really need those points to get in on their own Furage. So that way, there will be a lot of temper, there will be a lot of heat, and also a lot of momentum being pressured from these players onto the opponent team. So I'm just pretty much hyped up and seeing what these teams can bring, especially when I just looked at the first matchup. On the teams currently, we are having ourselves the first matchup, as we just saw proudly. It is Besiktas Esports against NXT. Both teams have currently had a rough run with a 2 games losing streak. Both last week in the Voltage League.
Yes.
In the sides of Besiktas, it was Diavoli 7-1. That hurt definitely in the hands of Besiktas. So they definitely had a hard way back to the drawing table to just figure out a way to conclude on better perspectives for this game day that we are having this week. The same that we had on NXT. NXT lost 7-4 against Infuria. So there's also a lot of work to be done there. And both teams proudly also lost against ITB Academy in the EU stage. Another thing that both teams have in common, it's very alternating how these teams perform on various maps. So there's like no way for us to call, are they better on the smaller maps, on the standard maps, on bigger maps? it's very alternating if they're losing or winning. So that way is pretty much hard to say. So it's a very alternating performance lately. Maybe it's as a lack of team play. Maybe there's also a lack of intel gathering. I don't know. We will see. There's a hard
We'll
way
see.
to tell.
Yeah.
But we are very much up for it for a game with both teams have had a lot of work time to just figure out a better way for this week. So I'm pretty much hyped to see what they can bring.
Yeah, let's see, man. Let's see. Our first matchup, like you said, Besiktas Esports facing up the side of NXT. Without any further ado, again, let's take a quick look at the map bans. Now, map bans going to be quite interesting, like you said. There have been very uncertainties on some of these teams. Like when you talk about Besiktas Esports, when I have seen actually Besiktas is performing pretty well though compared to what happened in their last play day. Talking for the side of NXT, let's take a quick look at. The map ban before we proceed on to that conversation. Yes, we do see Night Haven Labs getting banned up from the side of NXT. We also see Border going out. So yes, I was expecting maybe a map like Cafe would be the preference, or maybe a map like Night Haven Labs, but that is also out too. Sorry, a map like Clear, but that is out too. So our matchup is going to be played on the map of Chalet, where the Besiktas will be starting as the defensive side, and NXT will be the team on the attacking side. Now, when we talk about Besiktas approach, I have seen this team, to be frankly speaking, my TV. I have seen this particular team performing quite well in other community-based tournaments as well. But they are very much focused on that individual solo plays. They are very much focused on then taking out those frag kills rather than going in for some of those pocket strikes when it's necessary. And talking about how they lost their last play day on a scoreline of 7-1 against Ivoli, that tells a lot. So it's very uncertain whoever is gonna get the map of Shelly, or maybe we'll see that up till round number 4 happens, up to round number 5 is done. We'll see how the situation is looking around on a map like Shelly. Talking about the team lineups, let's also take a quick look at the team lineup coming in from the side of Besiktas and also coming in from the side of NXT.
Yeah, we got ourselves 5 players on both hand sides, so we're having these players as performs. We got Ainzuki, we got Janowski, we got Ragnak, we got Shinny, and we got Radensky on the side of NXT. On the other side of Besiktas, we got Bodolf, we got Shoxel, we got Slamy Karim, and Goddard. And the last that I can't read here from that perspective that I'm standing from, I get from you, Bullet. Still losing one.
Yeah, for now I can see on the chat as well, but that is going to be the team as I'm just going to quickly scroll down. Apologies for a little bit of that, but that is going to be this side of. Yeah, that is going to be from coming from the side of NXT. That is going to be the side of Eisen, Noski, Rinker, Shini, and Redenti. From the side of
Yep.
Besiktas, that is Bodolf, Shokshol, Gutter, O, Taser, Salim Karim. Now, talking about the side of Salim Karim and talking about the side of Sojol, I guess Sojol is that same guy who was playing in as Sexy L. I'm not able to recall that IGN correctly, but these two guys, yeah, he was named as that. We were actually joking around it and having a little bit of fun with my other co-caster the other day. Salim Karim and this particular guy, if they get onto that fragging sense, if they are on that momentum that they are going in for those frags, going in for those spawn picks, we have seen spawn picks happening a lot in the Voltage League Season 4. Then
Yeah.
it's kind of unstoppable for the other team to stop them. But for now, to be frankly speaking, I have not personally seen a lot of plays of the competitive plays when I talk about the side of NXT. So I'm actually looking how NXT adapts to the defensive strategies coming in from the side of Besiktas Esports. But this is one thing certain: if Besiktas Esports is not able to get some of these defensive routes in their favor, I'm not very sure that Besiktas Esports will be so strong in their attacking. I have seen them struggling on their attacking rounds on the map of Nighthaven. I've seen them struggling a little bit on Lair also. I've seen them struggle on a little bit of Border also. So let's see what's going to happen on the map of Shelley for the side of Besiktas.
And with these words, I would say let's jump into it because the map bans are concluded. We have talked enough. And so the next ban theory, or better said, the next ban stage is here with the operator bans. I would just say, I just looked into the teams a little bit and just say, on the heads of Besiktas, we got ourselves a very likely Doki and Azami ban. And on NXT, we got Monty and Solis. Monty's not a very particularly oftenly played operator on Chile, not as well as I really would say Solis is anymore after her buff. Well, just let's see a little bit. Nothing surprises me here. Doki is a very important operator still to ban. Yes, she got a little bit adjusted. They have done some previous changes on her, but still, she could be really annoying. That's understandable, I would say.
Yeah, even that, Solace got nerfed for a little bit, but we still see, a lot of these, teams playing Solace on in the Voltage League, and NXT is gonna ban the side of Crim. Now, as they have banned the side of Grim, I'm able to get that flashback in my mind right now. Grim is one of the most played operators coming in from the side of the Besiktas, but let me tell you, they utilize the Grim's ability pretty well. For now, that's quite coming in like on a map like Chalet, Valkyrie, Black Eye can be super utilized, super helpful for the side of defense. Are going in for it.
It's
Coming in from the side of Besiktas,
it's a
yes, you're
pretty
saying something.
it's a pretty standard ban, I would say, on like maps like Chalet and also
Yes.
Bank, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
open areas and a lot of corners that you can really use and check upon when you got these
Yep.
Valkyrie camps up and running. And as I said earlier, Besiktas are very good on banning Doki and Azami, so those two are concluded. These are also two operators that are very often likely played on a map like Chalet, so that does not surprise me at all here.
Yeah. Oh, no, we do see the side of Mira getting picked up from the side of Basista, Mute, and our first objective is going to be the side, going to be on towards first floor, going to pick that as a bar and gaming room. And of course, in the bar gaming room, you want to take Mira, you want to take Mute, and you want to also take some of those, anti-projectile systems like Magnet or maybe Jaeger. We don't see Jaeger coming in, but we do see the side of Vamai coming in with the Magnet system.
Yeah, we are seeing that, that's for sure. But let's look a little bit more into the operator lineup. We got ourselves a Malusi, we got ourselves a Frost, Mira, Mute, and also Vamai. So we are up in bar and also gaming pool area. That means for a fact we need to have some guys running upstairs. We need some guys playing and also withstand and withholding these library hallways, and also maybe also having some attention on library itself. These hatches are vulnerable. These hatches are still needed, though, for the defenders to just be able to resurrender back onto site and also withhold and take away time from
Yeah.
that clock. We got ourselves 30 minutes, and on this spot, it's very much about how much time can you steal off the cards of the attackers coming in from the second floor here.
Yeah, but some taking a vertical control of the map is something going to be very important on a map like Chalet. Pretty usual, standard Rainbow Six Siege. You want to take the map and take the vertical control. You want to go for some nades because you have Sledge. You also have Sophia coming in. But right now we do see the side of Sledge, side of than Maverick and everyone coming in from behind, and it's going to be the other one trying to open the main garage over here. They have the intel on Mamai. They have a little bit of intel coming in towards Mute also, if I'm not wrong, if they get that audio cue from that drone. So they know for a fact there's going to be more than one defender to be ready for a gunfight over here at the area of Snowmobile Garage.
The first offensive sides coming here onto Garage, as you just told from NXT. There are two guys down in blue, making some pressure on these attackers coming in. As we are moving upstairs onto library, as I just previously talked about, we got ourselves two guys in the hands of both Ying and also I saw, I think that was Maverick. I'm not pretty sure. But there's still a little bit of utility being handled there that they need to go on and put some pressure on, because that's the first key position that they really need to take, this top floor. And they have already lost more than 90 seconds without having a single entry here onto this map.
I still say there was a little bit of gunfight coming in from the side of Melusi. I guess that was possibly that was Bravo coming in from background ratio, but a little bit of sneak peek happening here against Zofia, and Zofia won't miss that chance to take out the first pick coming in from their side. We do see smokes coming in. We do see the plant going down. Where is the C4 coming in? Probably from the side of Mira, but that C4 is going to get tossed and connected. Diffuser getting denied. The plant getting denied. The carrier is gonna get laid down over there, and yes, there's gonna be a little bit of trade happening in from the side of NXT, as well as they take out the side of Melusi. A little bit of that vertical play maybe coming in with the sledgehammer, trying to find an angle against any of those defenders laying down onto a bar. But the plant is still, Diffuser is still dropped down. Another kill coming in from the side of Mute. It's going to be a 3v3 scenario in the last 30 seconds. Unfortunate one. And it's going to be a double for this Mute. Sorry, Vamai.
A little bit crucial here, though. These entries are coming a little bit too fast, a little bit too hectical now from NXT. They are still in the use that they need more utility, they need more intel to jump in and also enter these positions, because we just see you just currently just straight jumped into a frost mat on a window that you know for a fact there will always be a frost trap there if the frost is picked. So that way, it's a very crucial round. Maybe just after my opinion, a little bit thrown away by NXT being a little bit overpaced, a little bit too fast on themselves, not really using their time that they had to gather the right amount of utility before acting upon that. So the first round with that goes in the hands of Besiktas that had a very struggling round, I think. But Andy, after all, they will held their positions, took it a little bit easier, were a little bit more calmed down, and that way they
Yeah.
secured themselves the first round win here.
Yep, and I have said this previously as well. Like Besiktas attacking in their attacking round, they struggle a lot. I have seen them struggle a lot on a map like Lear. I've seen them struggle a lot on a map like Nighthaven. But right now, as they are the team to start off as start off on the defensive side for the first 7 rounds, they're gonna take their chances to the full potential. They're gonna try their level best. Get more of the defenses on their favor. Try to make it a 5-1, make it a even like 6-0 if possible before the swap is done. But also, talking about for the side of NXT, I'm not really sure whether that plant was communicated from the side of Wing towards the other player, because I saw no one watching that particular angle. Probably from the even from the side of library, or maybe when we saw the late entry coming down towards that corner room when that operator got took down from that frost trap, and just Wamai just swing by to confirm that kill. I didn't. I don't see, maybe right coordination would be the right word to call it. I don't see the right kind of coordination coming in from the side of NXT. That plant getting carried out without no one from the attacker side having the crossfire checked up, that was something a little bit uncertain. Yeah, uncertain.
Yeah. There were definitely things uncertain. There were also things like I would say I saw a lack of team play there and also a lack of team communications because it didn't really look like the team were playing together as a unit. They were very like I would say unique entryways and they were like play by play for themselves. So that way they were a little bit overpaced to help each other, and they were a little bit too far away to also play on that meta we also very often call upon. When you firstly enter the building, it's even one-sided that you get the opening frag for yourself, or you need to look into the perspective of getting a refrag. And the positions that they put themselves in at the hands of NXT, they were just too far away to gather any type of way to get a refrag on that position. So hey, come on. It was the first round. It's a little bit, we are in the touchy phase.
Exactly.
These teams need to get to know each other a little bit more, find out, okay, are they playing aggressively or playing a little bit more passive? Are they coming like slow in? Are they meeting us up front? So
Yeah.
there will be a lot of adaptations here. But as we talked about, Besiktas look a little bit more awake now. And NXT just really needs to put on their feet on the ground and just focus on and say we need to focus up and be ready for every single gunfight coming in. Because we saw Besiktas are not afraid of taking the right swing when they're in a better position.
Yeah, completely. They are definitely not afraid to, taking that, chance, taking that opportunity to convert that kill onto their side. But we do see a new entry coming in from the side of NXT. They have taken up Brava, and of course, the clutch was going to help really a lot to, hack all of these Capcom traps, hack all of the possible, utilities coming down from the side of defense. But right now, all they need to focus is to, get that initial control, isolate some of these roamers around. Can be a tricky one though. Ooh, Sledge at the right time gets out of that really tight spot. Almost had it though, but Tessa is not gonna miss that chance as he takes out the side of Braba. Very obvious that was, but makes it a very early 5v4.
Makes it very early 5-on-4, and also the Brava gone. Well, that means no Capcan traps were pretty much hacked, so there's nothing to worry about in the hands of the defenders so far. And also another operator that could bring a lot of temper. Also being able to hack more gadgets like the mute jammers to be able to reach more freely. But we got ourselves a refrag here. And that means the Capcan has gone off the boards as Bodolf just quits with his death.
Manpower situation is gonna get equalized for the time being now, but again, I do see Nomad pushing up towards the side of Barf, taking care. Okay, that one air jab is gonna get wasted. You gotta be really careful with that. Can't waste these utilities here and there. But it's gonna be the side of Sledge to take out the side of Garo, and there's gonna be Gnome or Warden. So of course, there's gonna be a little bit of trouble if there are gonna be some flashbangs, of course, stun grenades coming in from the side of attack. In this, specifically in this, very last seconds of the round. But for now, we do see the Frost taking care of the library, Solarium stairs, but it's going to be the side of the Nomad, pushed down towards the dining hallway over here, making it a very uneven situation for the side of defense. They have the time. Again, they can go for the plant. They have to also take care of the side of Cassio's playing on this first floor, but he's going to get taken as he takes a jump down from the hatch. It's going to result in a 1v4. The plant is going to still down. Not really sure if this 1v4 clutch is possible because he was very down towards 16 HP, and in a situation like 1v4, you definitely need at least 70, 80 HP to make it possible. But that's going to be the first round victory coming in from the side of NXT.
Yeah, but you just looked at the attack coming in from NXT. They immediately like pushed some pressure from Fireplace. It was a little bit too late for Besiktas to do some overruns from the second floor to come on back from the bagger side of the top floor side from Fireplace. So they shut that down. Then immediately NXT also put some pressure on the second floor, so Besiktas couldn't move like freely, and that way Besiktas completely loses control as NXT just gains positions that they can't be dueled on multiple angles, and that means also a pretty good standing here in the hands of the Norman here on the hands of Shinny, just immediately putting 3 guys on their sleeping bag for that round. So pretty much good team effort of just shutting down these rotation waves for Besiktas, but also very good, unique playing round in the hands of Shinny-san.
Yeah, good play to actually, just, go into, isolate these defenders especially when that Warren was taken down from the side of Besiktas. That was a really smart way to, just isolate all of the defenders coming in or playing in on towards the first floor, playing on to, just deny the vertical plays or just, base down the time of attackers. But they were able to, take the most of the rotation plays coming in from the side of, Besiktas, and was able to, gain control from the fireplace always, especially that play coming in from the side of Nomad. But right now, that's in the round number 3, we do see the objective getting taken on towards the first floor, on towards the Chris bedroom over there. So it's going to be a little bit hard. Either you want to push in from the side of Solarium, either you want to open up the main breach. Things can get really interesting, but we do see an early C4 coming in from the side of Warden. The C4 is definitely not going to connect, and can call it a little bit of a waste of utility right there because, of course, Ying is not going to take the chance to, come in right there without having the coordination, without getting the support from his teammates. Solarium push is something can be really tricky for the side of the attackers if they want to push in for an early approach.
Yeah, if they want to have an early approach, it may be a very risky way to try to handle that situation, but no harm done there. As of the meaning, we only have dealt with 1 minute time, and NXT is putting on a lot of pressure. Yes, there's no crucial damage or pressure being put on as of the fact of Besiktas players out of the moment, but there's still a lot of time to go on and conclude this as Theezer puts down Radetzky on the first here, picking up another opening frag in the hands for Besiktas.
Yeah, Glass is gonna go on though. They're just trying to take out that Warden, and that Warden can be a game changer though. If they're not gonna push in from the side of Trophy, still gonna he can be just present over there to use the glance screen as quickly as possible. If they are trying to approach him just from this rappel down, of course he can again use that glance screen. So they have to time that flashbang or the nades perfectly though. But we do see another opening coming in from the side of defense. That's gonna be the side of Hibana to go. That's gonna be the side of Ash to go down. Shinny-san.
And Shinny-san is with that is dead and also withdrawn of this round. And that means the crucial player from last round is already dead and dealt with as Gutterson finishes. He's picking up his second double kill of this evening here so far, putting on a lot of pressure here against NXT. And this round is looking for the hands of Besiktas as Gutter picks up his third, gets dealt with in the rear frag, but the mirror is close enough. And there we see the thing that we called upon in the first round. NXT was way too far away to do some rear frags. Now they finally get one, but they get one in return. And that means Besiktas is going back in the lead with 2-1 here.
I feel like this 2-1, 3-1, 3-2 is going to happen all the way up to round number 6, round number 5. We're going to see a little bit of some of those rounds going into the favor of Besiktas. NXT will be able to do a little bit of comeback here and there. This particular storyline is going to happen up to round number 5, round number 6. Unless either is NXT to go for at least, making it look like 3-2 or maybe 5-2. Same, I would say, for the side of Besiktas. This particular narrative will go down up to round number 6, round number 7. After maybe, attack and defensive swaps are made, We might see a change a little bit of in that momentum play. We might see a little bit of those really anyone, probably someone from the side of Basistas like Saving Karim or anyone, or maybe someone from the side of NXT just going ham, trying to take those frags, trying to playing some of these pocket strats coming in. So we just have to wait and watch it. Because we just need to narrate the whole thing, right? But for now, they're gonna go again towards the side of bar and gaming room for the side of Besiktas. Right now, for the side of Besiktas, yes, if that was round number two, round number three, yeah, that was round number two when NXT was able to win that their first attacking round. When someone from the side of Besiktas, their rotational players, their defenders were trying to do the roaming, were taken out, and they were able to win that round. That particular thing didn't happen in round number four, and again Besiktas round number three, and then again Besiktas was able to win that. So I feel like yes, if they're able to control their early man advantage and not being in a way, they can definitely win maximum number of defending rounds in their own side.
Definitely. I would say the first rotation is like the first rotation that we always look upon and see how these teams are being adjusted onto each other. That way, Besiktas was a little bit better prepped, I think, against NXT than NXT was on Besiktas. And that also concludes with the leading of Besiktas after the first round, or better said, spot rotation. I will really much say, as NXT isn't able to put on pressure in the top floor with gaining the opening frag, or maybe getting an immediately refrag, it will be a hard one for them to gain grounds on the top floor here. Maybe also secure grounds to play down onto library, as they're also losing a lot of time again. The build up here is taking way too long as the swing comes in from both of us. He's picking up another opening frag, and there's like this is what I'm talking about. NXT is like swinging, trying to knock out these utilities, these gadgets from the operators in the defense.
Yeah.
And immediately they're just putting themselves in a very vulnerable situation, just leaving him out. As also Sholix puts out another C4 here. This is second C4 in the hands of Besiktas already, going through with the vertical, hurting NXT. And that way, I can already call you, if there's no miracles happening here, this will be a haul for NXT. Galador being dealt with by Radetzky. That way we have a little bit more pressure coming in, but the immediate drop again from Brava, done in the first floor, is not the way to go. We still need to gain some momentum in the top floor here, because there are so many guys left in the defending team that may can be able to rotate back up or gain grounds on the top floor here, as we're going into the last minute here of the time.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock. A double kill coming in from the side of Vamai, though. Melusi was able to get a little bit of glance coming in on towards the side of Ivana. He knows that where exactly Bana might come in from. Noski takes down the side of Shocks, making a 3v2. They still need to take either, take the complete control coming in from the side of Abisha, which they do actually have, but they have to take Silka, take out the side of Melusi, who's trying to, watch a cost down fire from the side of Dining Hallway. So they at least need to take down the side of Melusi, or maybe take down the side of Vomai to, go in for the plan, but Twitch is down to, 13 HP. Things are looking a little bit shaky. But we do see a little bit of red ping coming in from the attacking team. That is going to be side of NXT. 50 single left, going to take down the hatch, drop down from the hatch, and gets immediately taken down. But for the refrag, it's going to be the side of Ivana, making it a 1v2. The plan is not going to happen, though. You're going to hear the audio queue coming in. They're going to push it, take you out, and that's going to be another round coming in from the side of Besiktas. A little bit late, though, but NXT with an, I would say, compared to what we have seen in the previous round, overall a good attacking approach from my side, I would say.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and forth here. That's for sure. And the biggest problem, or the biggest issue that I'm seeing here, is that NXT is not showing any type of way or any method that they are planning on changing anything on their game plan or game strategics. And that means for myself that Besiktas is withholding the upper hand here, just of the pure meaning that NXT is leaving themselves so vulnerable every single time in the first opening gunfights against Besiktas. And Besiktas, as I mentioned in the first round, they're not afraid to take these gunfights if they are promptly to come. And that way they're just prepped better for the situation that there is a swing going in. And that way they're also concluding with a kill in the opening frags. We got ourselves 4-round plays. And yeah, Besiktas have gotten themselves 3 out of 4 of opening frags. And they're also in the upper hand in the refrag meta. They're just better. They're just a little bit quicker. They're a little bit more onto the opponent team than NXT is onto Besiktas.
Yep. Let's see, man. I would say this back and forth game is going to happen. I feel like this is going to happen until we do see the attacker and defender roll swap. And I have seen like I said, I have said this previously when the entire game was about to start. I have seen Besiktas struggle a lot in their attacking round. So that might be the play where NXT can switch up, perform their level best when it comes down to their own defensive round. But yes, like you said, there's going to be there's a need in the change of the methodical approach that NXT is going in for. We need to see some of those quick pocket strikes coming out of. The strategies coming off from the side of NXT. We do see the classic, the as usual approach, which is always done in a game like Rainbow Six Siege, and when I call it on a map of Chalet, you go in for as the objective is on towards some other garage. Either you're gonna go in for the main beach or you're gonna go towards the back side of the garage. But we don't see anyone going on towards the side of fireplace, or we're trying to go in for a little bit of that vertical play where you can actually just take out the bandit and go for the then going for the thermite breach. So yes, a little bit of those extraordinary approach, or maybe some little bit of pocket strats is definitely needed coming in from the side of NXT in their attacking rounds.
Yeah. There's still a lot of rounds being played though, so there's always enough time and enough ground, enough rounds to take some serious adaptations and also put on the matter of comebacks. As we have also had a lot of those here in Voltage, especially in the past weeks and also in the past season, that's for sure. So we're not leaving NXT here for good and just saying they have already lost this, because we are going on till 7 and there are approximately still 11 rounds to be played here.
Yep.
So keep
on
cool
towards
and
base.
just wait.
Yep. Yeah, we have to just wait a moment, right? On towards the side basement hall, we do see Clash just defending with her shield, but we do see Nomad taking out the side of Fender. Of course, those two activated red mines can still be used though, but EMP is gonna use to just stop down the electrical charge coming in from the side of Clash though. But a little bit of concussion is gonna stun the side of Twitch. Another EMP need to go. Thermite is already inside. What a total chaos! Ranker goes for two sledge. Thermite is sorry. Thatcher is already in though, making it a 4v2. Plant is also gonna go down, and things are definitely not looking right for the side of a Six-Star. Make it a 1v4 though. Salim Crane tries to get one, but Ranker is gonna get a 4K if I'm not wrong. Oh, that was 3K probably coming in.
It was a 3.
This guy.
It was a 3K.
Yes.
3K coming in there from the Thatcher, and you just looked upon the thing that we just called 3 rounds in a row. It just needs a little bit more pressure. It just needs a little bit more intel. It needs a little bit more game, team play, a little bit more just playing along each other, not for themselves. This is not a solo show, guys, and this is what happens to a team that solos around and then begins to play together as a unit. We just saw the pressure coming in from one side of the building, Nomad coming in an entry from the complete opposite side of the map. The attention is on the other side of the map. Nomad can move completely freely into this map, gain themselves the second opening frag here in round number 5, getting the upper hand, and that way, even though they had lost 2 minutes prior, they managed to do a full last build up and a full last conclusion onto the spot in like 35 seconds, with a double kill coming in with the pressure from a Thatcher and a Thermite. Even that, if that isn't impressive, I don't know what is.
Back in Operation Health, or maybe back in year 2 or year 3, we used to call it the butter jam combo. Sorry, the bread and jam combo for the side of Thermite and Thatcher, and that definitely worked out for the side of NXT, I would say. But hey, it's still a lot of work needs to be done from both sides. There's still a lot of rounds that needs to be played, so it's very early to say maybe it will be Besiktas, maybe NXT. But that is for sure that us as casters, all of the audience joining in on the Twitch broadcast, is going to witness a lot of the siege action. And mind you, I say, for most of the matches I have been part of the desk, maximum number of matches I went till the last, round number, round number 15 and the last overtime match point. So we are in for a classic siege that we will see that, both teams fighting off till the end. A piano approach coming in from the side of Demers. We don't see the death mark coming in though, but the main wall breach is definitely going to be open.
But just Just one thing that I would just want to mention. We got lost on 1 minute here of this 6th round. And the opening frag is surely just a split second in of coming to action. We already opened the main breaches open. We already opened the windows from Piano.
Oh.
We're already getting pressure from Deimos on the double doors in front of Piano. We're also having the first damage dealt onto Gutter, as Gutter is being dealt with by Radetzky, and Shinji is able to refrag his teammate before he's getting dealt with. And we got Janoski coming in from behind. We got ourselves a triple opening. What is happening with NXT? NXT finally woke up. They have done adaptations now, finally, and these adaptations work perfectly fine against Besiktas, as they are now standing with a cloth in their hand and saying, "What are we supposed to do?"
A very good coordinated play from the side of NXT. I have to give it up for them. But a nade will gonna come up from the side of NXT, and that's gonna be the side of there was a Frost to go down on towards like Solarium Stair, and that will be the final kill also. But I have to say, what a lovely coordinated play coming in from the side of NXT. A triple opening pick, and there was someone from the side of balcony also to take that refrag coming off the side of that Frost pushing down towards Demus, and there was again another operator getting down on towards the Solarium Stair. So that was some really good coordinated play on the last round of attacking for the side of NXT. And yes, finally, like I was saying, we have a lot of rounds to still decide who's gonna win it for sure. But the attack and defensive swap is gonna get done, and we will see Besiktas Esports for the next year's round on the attacking side. And mind you, folks, I have seen Besiktas Esports struggle a lot in their attacking. So I'm just being a little bit hopeful that I might see a little bit of improvement play from the side of Besiktas, because like you said, Mighty, you did say they have when on the defense side they are going a lot of for these solo plays. Of course, when you are the roaming guy, you have to go for it, try to waste on the time of attackers, but you will see that particular solo play a lot in their attacking rounds.
Okay, then I'm a little bit scared here, because NXT, I know for a fact that these guys are quite good on their defensive holds. Yeah, because they have more graphics onto how do we build up, where are we supposed to be positioning ourselves, where do we get these and these type of angles, and that does NXT know pretty well, I would say. Yes, they have been struggling also with that against better teams like T1 teams, or better said T2 teams that I call them, as these prior teams have academy teams like ITB Academy, for example, and these teams are struggling a little bit against those because of their having a little bit more experience, and they're also a little bit more high-class players. I need to say that way. It's not to be scammed onto any type of players playing here, but yes, of course, it's a little bit hard to hold against players that are being scouted by a T1 organization. But that way, we saw NXT struggling a lot in their first rounds, and they found adaptations on the place of Besiktas. It's not meaning to say that Besiktas can't find a way to do the same as well. So we have played, we have seen 6 rounds so far, and there are still minimum more 4 rounds coming in, and that means there's still a lot of time for Besiktas to then finally get in place and find themselves a way of place that functions for them in the attack. 1 minute concluded, no kill on the board. As I just want to mention, in the first 6 rounds, the team that managed to do the opening frag ever won, never lost an entire round. So that means maybe the first frag is also the lead of this first round win in round number 7. As Gutter picks up the first, Teaser picks up a second one. That's a pretty quick opening frag in the hands of Besiktas, as they are not seeming to struggle any bit here in the first approach in their attack.
I don't think so. I was needed mute that kind of a run on towards placement door. I feel like that was completely unnecessary, to be frankly speaking. Though 1 minute and 12 seconds left on the clock, there's going to be Legion playing on towards the piano hallway, and that's going to be Mira to watch her crossfire angle from the master bedroom angle. So it's going to be a little bit hard for the side of the Besiktas Esports to make their approach possible, the side execution possible from the side of the bathroom. Legion is going to get targeted by Demo. The death mark is going to be on. 5v3 scenario still on, though. A bit of that nade, and yes, that Legion will go down. So Fenrir Deadmines can be the only thing which can, right now, stop the approach to take the entire second floor control.
Second floor control maybe so far gained. Aziz Janoski is one of the more last players here in the top floor, withdrawing himself all the way back to Solarium. Only the Fenrir down in kitchen and dining area, and he is being pressurized by both the Daemons up top, being in the refrag here by Janoski. But that doesn't mean so much as we got ourselves another 4v1 situation. Janowski picks up
Oh,
another
nice.
guy, and he is still holding up the position in the top floor. The plant is
Yes, the
even
yellow
though
ping.
going down, and we got ourselves a post-plant situation.
I would say he has the potential to do it, but nah, he will be taken out in the end from the side of Bulldog. But a quick, I would say, a nice try coming in from the side of Mira. He was able to take down Demus. He was able to take the other guy as well. You know, in a scenario like 1v4, when you are able to take down two guys, you definitely have the cross potential. And when you have, you have more of the site information, when you know those yellow pings coming, you know the call outs coming in correctly from your teammates. You definitely have the potential to do a clutch situation in your favor like that. But overall, a really good approach coming in from the side of Besiktas. So yeah, I love to get proven wrong, man. Not gonna lie, I love to get proven wrong. I did say Besiktas struggled a lot on their attacking rounds, but this round was something that was them saying that, hey, you want to see a struggle? That is our struggle right there.
Yeah, they. But she just surprised me a little bit there. They put immediately pressure onto NXT, and maybe because NXT wasn't like prepped formally for it, and they were also once again being pretty crucial with their runouts and also their aggressiveness that were pretty unnecessary, as you mentioned earlier, with especially the mute just falling through the roster very unnecessarily, very early on in that round. Very neat to operate, especially for these high corners and also these close quarters that we also have a lot of here on this particular spot in the top floor with the shotgun in hand. It's more of the strongest weapons in the game. But that means once again Besiktas is in the lead. That also means NXT haven't hold the lead in their hands for any type of rounds. So NXT is always running a little bit back. Are they able to find another equalizer onto 4-4, or are we going to see Besiktas expanding their lead onto a 5-3?
I feel like the way Besiktas approach round number 7 in their first attack, I feel like I have a little bit of gut feeling, but hey, Caster Curse is real, definitely. I was about to say Besiktas might, take this attacking on their own favor, but that's going to be a very early kill coming off from the side of that was Warden, I guess. Yeah, that was Warden. Take down the side of Buck, and that's going to be a little bit of another kill coming in from the side of Gridlock to take down the side of Mira. Trax Stingers getting laid down on towards side of the West main entrance to block any of the flank approach coming in from the side of NXT. Good approach, but they still need to take care of the side of Vigil, playing on the master bedroom.
Yeah. They have a lot of ground to take care of. They have a lot of pressure to push on. As Rakin puts a gutter and gains another advantage point here, being up in man count. As we have cleaned the East Besiktas has already cleaned downstairs in dining and kitchen area. As Redensky is on the clock as we got Ragnar putting a boat off, and now we have ourselves a 4-1 situation. Only Salim Kerim left against 3 guys of NXT, and that round looks particularly good for NXT as they are going back, as we saw them privately in the last defending rounds, putting on a lot of pressure, not being any type of scared of these gunfights, but still Salim Kerim on this side has no diffuser, and he knows that for a fact, but there's still guys roaming down and roaming towards him from the defenders, but they're locking down these positions and they are prepped and ready to just withhold this diffuser position, not being any type of more crucial than they need without the Vigil coming in close. Now it's the Fenrir.
Yep.
Fenrir against Ace, and he is locking down Ace on these roti stairs onto library stairs, and that way we got ourselves a 4-4 equalizer. What do you think of this round? I think it was a pretty mixed one.
Pretty mixed one, I would say. But this time around, NXT was more than prepared. I have to say, they in their mind, in their entire thought process, they were definitely 2 or 3 steps ahead. The way how when the Vigil got that kill coming off on their first gunfight, when he took the run out on towards IQ, I guess that was, and then he immediately put out that flick on towards the Solarium stairs. He knew the entire team coordination is on point for the side of NXT. They did knew that someone is going to come up from the side of Solarium Stairs, and I'm going to go for a run out. So game sense, the call outs, I would say the overall team coordination is just so on point for the side of NXT. We have seen the same kind of approach, the same kind of team coordination play, the coordinator play from the side of NXT in the attacking rounds as well. But I am, very happy to see the same kind of play happening in their defensive rounds as well. But for the side of Besiktas, I'm joking right now, but yeah, I was about to say at that particular minute when Vigil went down for the early kill on towards Buck, that this might be Basixta's round on how they were able to take round number 7 very quickly. But caster stress is real.
Always. If there's one thing that's real here on Voltage League casts, it's caster's curse. It's always that way. We say
every time.
there is some time of teams or players that are overperforming very well, and you just give them a round of applause, and immediately they choke the next round. That's a typical way that we are seeing here. But we got ourselves a very equalizing game. But I don't really much want to say some positives about these two teams because it is just mirroring the fact that I concluded on earlier with the stats that I just witnessed, and also conclude with you guys here in the viewer lists. We got ourselves two teams that have been performing very good in the EU qualifier stage 2, but meanwhile being very alternating in the upper cases games on playing good on these maps, then playing them bad in the next attempt. So very alternating results here from both teams, and that's what we're seeing here, because every single round is like a bag of chocolates. You really don't know what you're gonna get, and I really don't want to say or call anything which team is taking this lead here in round number 9, because it's so mixed up.
Definitely, same for me, man. But we do see a little bit of that second floor placement play coming in now from the side of Warden. That's going to be Frost also to assist him on towards the mezzanine. Mezzanine stairs point. That's going to be the side of Amai. So there are more than 2 operators that you need to take care of. So these floors, destructor, rotator drones, the twitch play, even the blitz push can be very crucial though to take the control of the library stairs. But I do see that particular guy going on towards the side of the mudroom. He's going to open up the break. Okay, watch out for the frost traps. But anyways, there's going to be no more frost traps over there.
My heart skipped a beat there for a second. I'm just saying that. Once again, that could have gone horrendously wrong. Just look at the pure position of Bashitas. They're already so close. They're like stretching out their necks, and they're standing straight in front of the faces of NXT. So NXT is still stealing a lot of time, as there's no entryways found so far for Bashitas in the upper floor. And that upper floor is so hurty, is so crucial, as Salim is getting dealt with. Janowski picking up a double kill, but he's going to be refragged. No, he's not. Now he's being refragged. Double refrag, double opening.
Double refrag, double opening. Last 30 seconds left on the clock as I speak, but Rodent is going to get another one coming off with that Fenrir MP7. Deadmite's going to get 11 on toward the side of the fireplace hallway. But still, Blitz is going to get a little bit of that Elysian Screw Mine taste up right on the footwork over there. But 15 left on the clock. He has to go in for the plant. Capital is on Frost, and that the new rework is going to get applied. And of course, the kill is going to get off too. 19 left. It's going to be very close though.
Work.
1v2 though might be a clutch potentially done, but another intel plant getting denied. But oh, Blitz for the win! Boy, that was so close.
I'm just completely speechless. Just don't know what I see in here. We got ourselves a beautiful double opener by NXT that, with also the time they already gained, is like a safe round win. Then they got ourselves a backstabber because there's some guy sleeping downstairs on the library stairs for the blitz push getting dealt with. Then we have a guy standing in front of Blitz and say, okay, I will try to fight him instead of just trying to run away, throwing a C4, just getting him off his neck. That means we got ourselves a double refrag in the hands of a Blitz, just running completely through. And Gutter isn't finished. He isn't finished, that's for sure. He's going in a hot drop. That means also Fenrir is falling through the roster because he's not finding the right moments to put the pressure on that Blitz and downstairs fireplace. Then we got ourselves a mirror over peaking the hash. This was completely unnecessary, falling through the roster there as well. And then we got ourselves like a 1v2 situation turned down from a 5-3 situations in 40 seconds left on the clock. So just saying what Pashitas did in 40 seconds rest. They got themselves a double refrag after the openings. With that, they gained complete top floor control. Hot dropped into fireplace, gained control, pushed onto sec, cleaned out the guy in a connector, got onto the spawn, onto the spot, into a planting position, and then also mocking out the last operator that was full health, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't know what NXT did, but they did many things horribly wrong in that round.
But I have to give them the credit. I know the Blitz made the entire round possible for the side of none other than NX. Sorry, for the side of Besiktas, it was the Blitz, made the entire round possible for the side of Besiktas Esports. But
Yeah,
anyways,
but
that round is done. That's it. Though.
But
We're
some,
gonna proceed down to round
but
number 10.
sometimes
Yes.
you really need to just figure out, okay, and now is the right moment to just withdraw my positions. I can't do any much more
Yes.
grounds good here,
Yes.
and just
Strongly agree.
leave the
Yeah.
position, just withdraw yourself back onto side, because that way they were once again they were a lot too widespread away from each other. There was no way for anyone in the hands of NXT to help out each other. That way they're just falling through the roster one by another. And that, for another fact, is the first round that we have seen so far with a team getting an opening pick and losing that round.
Oh.
As NXT is putting out the next one here, leading now with 2 opening frags, but can they find their round number 5, their 5th round win now for a fact? As also Goddard is being crucially damaged, as Rudensky is picking up his 2nd kill, as making himself a double once again here. Good run here for him, as we also see that Caesar is being down by the Frost Trap. These Frost Traps are mocking these 2 teams. These 2 teams need to look out a little bit more. They know for a fact there's a Frost on the roster, and they just need to look at those. As they once again have Caesar and also Goddard coming in through these Frost Traps.
I mean, yeah, definitely. These 4 traps are being a menace for both teams, not gonna lie. But for the side of none other than Aruni, that's gonna be the side of Glass to go down, but that's gonna be a little bit of that shotgun play with the Frost, making 1v4 and the manpower advantage for the side of NXT. Another pre-fire on towards the piano hallway, and that's gonna be one more round going into the favor of NXT. A good set of rounds though. Another back and forth game happening in for these 2 teams though, but it's still gonna happen. I feel like Besiktas Esports, they were relying on to that glass play to go in for the plant on towards the objective side, but that didn't really happen. The early kill came off from the side of NXT, and that completely completely caught off guard for the side of Besiktas Esports.
I would like to say, if we would be needed to give these 2 teams role names, I would just call Besiktas the lead takers, and I would call NXT the comebackers, because we're always seeing NXT, we always see Besiktas pulling up a pretty good round with multiple good comeback clutch situations or like scenarios coming into picture. And then the next, and that means also that NXT is completely doing something horrendously wrong that round. But immediately they do something horrendously wrong the next round, they're doing a doubled up. And that means for a fact that there's an unbalance in the team and the team communications, or in the build-ups that the teams are bringing. And that in the both hands is scary, because we are having the best teams that are still remain in this league. And there's a lot of things that these teams need to straighten up for the next upcoming play days.
Yeah, definitely. I have to agree on that the point. Like, of course, I agree on all the points, but I strongly agree that there's a lot of mistakes happening in from both sides. Double downing in from the side of Besiktas. Then we see NXT going. Of course, that runner was completely, valid for the last round. But we do see, unexpected runouts and some careless runouts from the side of NXT in the previous rounds as well. But right now, we do see Osa coming in. We do see Ace. We do see Riglos. So yes, they want to take in that second floor control as quickly as possible coming in from the side of Besiktas. But that's going to be soulless. We don't see the overdrive coming in, the overcharge coming in. So there's going to be no more, intel being given away towards the side of Besiktas. That's going to be someone playing on towards the, office area. So of course, the Fenrir can also help on with the entire coordination though. But let's see what's going to be the entire execution coming in from the side of Besiktas in round number 11.
Let's see. The first bullets are being dealt as Proxel is being dealt some damage here on the gridlock in the fight against, I would say it was the Legion. That way we got ourselves the first damage dealt, but still there's no harm on that as so far. We already gained like 90 seconds once again. Both teams have a crucial impact factor of stealing a lot of time in the defense, but also being very slow in their own build-ups in the attack. It's also Ragnar's being completely fooled here with the help of his teammate, fooling out the hands of the Buck and just leading him going into that building and also being withdrawn very easily here. That was a good team play and good team communication as we're getting ourselves NXT up with their 7th opening pick of this match up.
Could play though, but for the side of the Six, they have to really think how they're gonna approach this round number 11 to make it a 6-5 and push in for a match point. But a back and forth gameplay, we might see in a last minute overtime match point push coming in from both sides. Maybe it's NXT to take in this. We will see that. But also on towards basement hallway, we do see the side of Ace opening up the corner breach over here, getting protected from the Osa's talent shield though. But 1C4 can do the entire trick though. But for the
1C4
side of
could do
Mira,
the complete trick, and also as well, we'll just look into the perspective and also the position that we're having with Bushidas. There's one watching into pillar. There's one maybe being ready to go on the plant. The standard plant position onto the boiler side is going to be the key here, as Janoski is a little bit too early, a little bit too quick. As also Slugs puts a Redensky, and now we got ourselves a full watch, and that round will conclude with a plant by Bushidas, as there's no pressure coming in through and fast enough, as he's not pushing down. He's completely blocking off that plant trial, and now we're on the plant, and he needs to conclude any type of way onto Boldov, as Boldov is just shutting him down, and that's another round for Bushidas. And once again, NXT is troubling themselves, not being in the right perspectives, not handling their scenarios the right way, being a little bit uncalmed, a little bit too impatient to just swing in the right moments. They just wanted to meet them very early up promptly in front of, and that does not function, as Bushidas is a little bit ahead of that, being a little closer, being able to play a little bit better as a team, as a unit, watching each other's sex, and that way that means Bushidas is back in the lead once again, and now it says 6-5 in this goal, and that also means match point. So is NXT able to come back once again and withdraw this lead for Bushidas and going into overtime, or will Bushidas close off before that may conclude?
only time can tell. Only these teams' effort can tell from both sides. But yes, NXT, they were getting a little bit overwhelmed over there. Of course, they got outplayed. Of course, especially with that Ace, putting off Mira. I don't know why did Mira peeked in first. You must have gone for a C4 toss. But anyways, that was that. But for the side of Besiktas, they were able to take that side B control in their own side, went in for the plant though. But kudos for the side of Solis. Rather than going in for the gunfight against that breach wall, she went in for the shotgun kill, just deny the plant for another quick seconds, and let the side of Besiktas esports think a little bit more though in the last crucial seconds of the last round. But 6-5 scoreline, match point coming in for the side of Besiktas esports, NXT on the side of defense.
Definitely, and now we just pretty much need to see. NXT has already choked 2 rounds where they have the opening frag, one of them being double refragged and another not being open enough and being impatient in these right scenarios. So I'm just seeing if they're shaky now, because impatient means that they're shaky. They're not ready. They're not steady enough. They're also not confident enough in themselves to be calm enough for these scenarios. So I'm pretty much convinced they are not prepared for this 12th round either. They're not being sustainable enough. As we also see Renski falling through the roster, as Sherlock picks up this 5th opening frag in the hands of Besiktas, and Besiktas has never lost a round in this matchup where they gained the first opener. And that also may be another point that pressures onto NXT. Are they unsure of themselves, or can they just straighten up for this 12th round?
The next 1 minute and 25 seconds as I speak though. For the side of Besiktas, they have got the opening play like you said. But can they actually go on with that successful side execution? We do see one of the defensive players playing on towards the kitchen here. That's going to be none other than the side of Fenrir. All of the other players are on just deny the vertical control, not letting anyone from the side of the Besiktas esports to take that vertical control of the map and then going for the plant. So good work getting done from the side of NXT to waste down as more of the time possible for the side of attack. Just let them come into their own defensive strategy.
As we're seeing, the Sherlock is trying to mock out that Legion. Legion is now not being impatient. He's being patient enough, not being over peaking that Floors outside the window. We're seeing the next coming in as Shinji is falling through. Ross as Kerim is pushing pressure on him. We got ourselves 25 seconds left on the clock. Janowski's also down. We got ourselves a 4 against 2 here as Rekne putting out Gutter. That's a pretty well-deserved refrag. And now we just need to see 14 seconds left on the clock. Diffuser in hand. Dog's picking up Ragnar. We are on the side and we are putting pressure on Janowski and we are shutting him down as Peshitas is once again turning this round in their favor. That means they never lose a round where they're getting the opening frag, and that may also conclude in this round win. A very alternating round, a very alternating matchup, as I would say both teams are in a phase where they're currently very outbalanced. They really need to go back into the drawing board, fix them stats, look at this match, because both teams have a lot of things to adapt on here and also make better for the next play days. I don't want to mock any players here. Don't get me wrong. These players are good. They're better than me on the mouse and keyboard, that for sure. But I can definitely say there's a lot of things that they need to take care of for the next week coming up. So with that being said, Peshitas, GG, well played. NXT, better not next time. And that way, we have ourselves a concluded first matchup.
Definitely, some of these rounds were very early, and I would definitely say, NXT we're not that much struggling into, what we saw from the side of, Basistas. They were just altogether a little bit good compared to what we saw from the side of NXT's attack. But yes, I have seen Basistas struggle a lot. Whether I'm not going to call NXT they were very bad at their defensive rounds, or maybe just NXT were not playing in at certain parts of the skill caliber as how Basistas was able to perform. But I have seen Basistas esports struggle on map like Claire against some other teams that they have played in for the last play days. But overall, a very good approach coming in from side of Basistas esports to secure this BO1 on their side. But hey, that's going to be highlights on the screen for you folks. But yes, for the side of NXT, there were some unnecessary runouts, but some of these runouts or some of these plays coming in from Vigil were also successful to get that initial frag on their side, get to some of these rounds on their side. But like you said, there is a lot of adaptations needs to be done from both sides. There needs a lot of work needs to be done from both sides. There were a lot of those, I have to use in Siege we call it the silly mistakes, the basic things that you need to get rid of. We did saw a lot of these players, getting down on towards Frost Trap in the mud room, on the Solarium stairs, on the main library stairs, and that is something that you need to, just really take care of. Just use those drones. Just be a little bit careful here and there.
Yeah, definitely. There are like the more easiest things that they really just need to look a little bit more into, an easy fix, like more team communication, drone intel. I did not really see much work being dealt into that perspective. So there's a lot of things that they need to take care of in this perspective of droning and also intel gathering. There was a lot of intel missing on multiple occasions, and that is the first step in a round victory attempt. And there's also the next step that also is a big issue on both hands team. This is not a solo show, guys. This is a team effort game play. So play as a unit, play as a team. You both showed us very alternating that you can and cannot do that in that way. I said that's a big thing that you need to straighten themselves up on and just look a bit into and just say, okay, we got this. We need to adapt on that and be better next week. But so far, we have seen Chalet for this map. We have talked enough about it. We saw the highlights. We have seen the match. I think we can all agree upon it was a good match, but there's still a lot of things to be better. But may that be in the next matchup, as we're going into a little quick break before we see each other again for the next matchup.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And that way, we're already back here with the second play of tonight's evening schedule. We got ourselves a Lenovo Legion Honved against Inferior Esports. And that way, we're not. I'm lying.
It's Wild Academy.
It's Wild Academy.
basically.
It's
Yeah.
Wild Academy. I had the wrong prompt here. That's my
No
bad for
worries.
sure. So we
It
are ready
happens.
for the next play of this night, and so that also means we got ourselves another game with some predictions. We didn't have time to show the predictions of the last
Yeah.
match, so just look into the predictions that we had done here in the staff for tonight, as we can maybe get those up on screen. As we see, we're all full wild. Unfortunately, Lenovo Legion, we are so sorry, but okay, as I talked about earlier, we have some tier 2 or tier 1 teams that have academy teams here, and of course the staff will always try to predict the better team or the better team outcome, and very often that means we're going with a higher tired team with an org, and that way we have ourselves Academy of Wild in the upper hand. But with two teams, we also have another match, and another match also needs another map, and that way let's look a little bit onto the map bands.
It's gonna be Chalet yet again. But for the side of Wild Academy, I'm not really sure whether it was who was in the opposing. That was, I guess, Divole facing up the side of Lenovo Legion in the last play. I'm not able to recall correctly, but I have seen Wild Academy play really good on the map of Night Haven. They didn't ban Light Haven on the last play day of theirs on broadcast day. I have also seen them play on the map of Cafe in this, Vortex League Season 4. I'm quite surprised to see them ban Cafe in their pick, but hey, we'll see what kind of action we can expect from the side of Lenovo Legion Wild Academy from on the map of Chalet. This is going to be second time, folks, for the day that we will go on the map of Chalet. Quite a balanced map, quite a really interesting map when it comes down to the overall competitive side of Rainbow Six Siege. I love to play rank on this particular map. It's one of the vanilla maps out there when it comes down to the game of Rainbow Six Siege. But Lenovo Legion is going to be the team to start as the defenders on the map of Shelley.
That also is the better type of way to begin that map. But also, we have another match. We have another map. And that also means we have 10 new players on the board as we're going in here on the team. Because with Honved, we got ourselves Slayer, Trift, Etz, Hadsud, and Joker. Yeah. And on the other side, we got Bemzi, Even, Sneak, Garen, and Maltz.
Yeah, talking about for the side of Lenovo Legion, I have seen Joker. Actually, 4 of these players, Atis, Triff, Slayer, Joker, being that supremo guy, being that such good raw mechanical skills, popping off headshots right there, left, right, and center. I have seen them play really good. For the side of Wild Academy, I would say the same for the side of Evan, Sneak. I'm not really sure Mats was there on the last play day, but for the side of Evan and Sneak, they are the 2 of the guys that taking that responsibility to be one of the the topmost fraggers out there when we see the scorecard. They also have the capability just drop down bodies left, right, and center on the entire map. But we'll see.
But I will just drop in another name. BMZY is another play that we really need to put our face and also eyes on, because that's a guy that I know for a fact, and he's also know that he can clutch up on some seriously harsh situation for his team. And so we have ourselves 3 players in the hands of Wild, but there's also Joker and Slay in the hands of Honved. Very interesting players that know their mechanics pretty well and that they want to show us. So that way we're going in on this match in Chalet into these ban phase. We got ourselves Azami, and also we got ourselves Doki, Azami, and we got ourselves a Grim
and Valk on the last match.
Valk on the last map. What bans are we looking into this here? I would say Azami, Doki maybe be very likely, but Grim and Valkyrie maybe a little bit less.
I would say Doki will be the first preference, not gonna lie. But Lenovo Legion going in for Brava. For the side of attackers, Doki can be that preference to ban either from the side of Wild Academy, but there's one that one operator to be banned from the side of Lenovo Legion. But for the side of defense, I might expect the side of Fenrir to get banned too. But no, I will be proven wrong. Wild Academy will go to ban up Ying on their attacking operator. Please go on, Mighty. My feed is a little lagging.
We got ourselves the first defender coming in. That's the Kite coming in. Kite of operator. Okay, it's a very standard ban. Just making it a little more easy to open up these hatches and also these main wall breaches, as we have only one more ban to come in. Is it the Azami or is it the Valkyrie? It is the Azami that we predicted. So we at least got 1 of 4 on the board here. But okay, Azami got a little bit nerfed here and there the past 2 seasons, but there's still a very huge weapon on these spots, especially with their keeper barriers that can be placed in very, I would say, various ways, but also in very type of dangerous ways, as these are still to be taken very seriously, even though they're not bulletproof anymore.
Yep. But talking about for the side of Wild Academy, now I was able to just take a look at a little bit of taking a little bit of glimpse on their previous match. They are actually not able to perform so well against their last player. They lost to one of, I would say, a very newer based from roster, which I have seen in the previous another community tournament talking about for Rainbow Six Siege. They were not able to play so well. But for the side of Lenovo Legion Honved, yes, on the just previous previous week, they were just I would say way too good against their opponent team. So we might see just a random prediction off of the chart from coming in from a guy like me. I would say this might be a very one-sided affair going into the favor of Lenovo Legion. But hey, I can be completely proven wrong from the side of Wild Academy, as I was proven wrong from the side of Basik Sadem, and I called out they were struggling a lot on their attacking rounds. And I would love to get proven wrong from either side though. But yeah, just to give a bit of statistics, Wild Academy was not able to secure their last victory on the last play day. Lenovo Legion was just way too good on their last play day.
They were a little bit too good on their last play day, but that also means that we have ourselves a team that may be a little bit ahead, maybe a little not, but still. We mentioned it earlier in the first matchup that we had today. We are looking into potentially 15 rounds of good Rainbow Six Siege here on Chalet, and these could also come up here. Even though we get a little bit unbalanced matchup from the teams' names, both these teams are completely capable of taking out each and another. So we are looking into a very interesting game. But I would call it, while maybe a little, but only less a slight bit ahead of Honved. But I'm always here to be surprised and also to be, yeah, I would say overspoken.
Yeah. For now, we will see the side of Animal Legion going in of the kitchen and the dining room objective. We do see Zofia coming in. We do see Grim. Of course, Zuckerberg is going to be the most big operator in competitive. Even though after the recent nerf, she is one of the operators who's to still be one of the top pick operator when it comes to the competitive siege. Though we also see the side of Buck coming in. We also see the Capita. But on the defensive side, you don't see actually, you do see a lot of C4s coming in. We got Mute, we got the Mira. We also on the roaming side we have the Boss G. And let me tell you, Joker on Boss G ACOG, he is that one nasty player you want to be on the lookout for.
As we always call, there is a lot of DMRs that are very ugly to have if you're being able or being forced to play against. Well, that boss G is just on a whole nother meta. If you're a good aimer and you got a boss G in hand, ooh, you're up for a party if you're going against that guy.
You will see, man. But like, for the last matchup, as far as I'm able to recall it, Joker was one of the top fraggers in the last play day of Lenovo Legion Hallway. But enough talking now. We do see the side approach going down. Cass is gonna be the guy to engage in a lot of the angles. Of course, you're gonna get taken down eventually, though. They have the bedroom control. Oh, Krim is actually going in for a plant. Where is the C4? Where is the defensive play? And that's going to be Wild Academy to plant the diffuser. No defender was expecting this, or maybe the intel was completely denied, though. But SC will come up with this. NG11 kill guy will take down the trade fire. And Zofia with the triple kill.
Okay, and now we just see what's about. We have our T1 org that is putting on an academy team, and you see what I mentioned earlier. These players are being scouted out. These players are not like players that came out of nowhere. These are being scouted out and being picked and put into these rosters with pure force of saying, okay, you are definitely one of the guys that we want to bring on a little bit and teach more and just give the room of just maybe adapt a little bit on themselves and also just find some more experience. And that experience was just shown in the gameplay that Garen just showed us with the Sophia on that window. And just the prompt way of just putting pressure and also not really being needed to enter forcefully into the building and still being able to lock down the round is very impressive. And also even seeing with this droning that we missed completely in the first matchup, seeing the potential. Okay, we could easily go on spot here, get the plant down. If we just watch my 6, he goes in, he gets someone to watch his 6, plant goes down, and the rest of the work is being concluded by the winners upstairs. Perfectly done. Nothing else to say about that round.
Yeah, pretty good run coming in from the side of Wild Academy. And there's a reason they're in the Wild. These are some of the players, completely have that competitive experience so well compared to what we have in the other teams roster coming in from the side of Voltage League. We do see the side of Grim taking on towards the side of his balcony. We do see the drone work coming in, and look at the number of times we are able to see Wild Academy's players going in for the drone work. They know for a fact that we have the intel, we have the utility, just to grab on the intel, grab on the information where are these defenders and the rumors are playing around. They're just going in for it. Play on that intel, play on that cover fire, and you got the round.
But also look on the build-up of Wild. Wild is putting on pressure from multiple angles at the same time, mocking out Joker, but Head's not putting out, even as he was the last guy putting on pressure last round, as he's also getting his double kill onto Sneak. BMZY is putting on pressure onto Thrift, putting him out. Matt Squenta is putting pressure another time here, knocking him out, getting his double kill. And that way we get ourselves Wild up in the upper hand, and that was an intensely fast comeback and throw around in man count.
Yeah, 1 minute and 25 seconds left. Still a bit of potential, I would say. Not gonna lie, for the side of Lenovo Legion to make it even Steven, though. It's gonna be the side of Mute to be ready with that C4. Someone coming in from the main fireplace, obviously, will get a little bit of surprise, but that's gonna be the side of Yana Garen playing as Finka to be more than ready. That audio cue was definitely there coming in. But that Banshee trap is gonna get away and give away the position coming in for the side of Finka. But for the side of Mute, he is going to take a little bit of the back step and go in for a far safe position. But as I say, far safe, the side of the striker was more than ready to take that Mute down.
Matt's already on his triple kill this round, and there's a lot of force being put onto Slayer as he's going in for the kill against Garen, but Garen is a little bit faster, already predicting that out run and walk out into Fireplace, shutting that round down immediately once again as Wild is putting up another round win and expanding the lead onto 2-0 after 2 rounds.
But still, I would say, I mean, I'm not being a little bit biased, but I would still say, there's still time for the side of Lenovo Legion. We are in 3 rounds. Of course, we do see that early momentum gain coming in from side of Wild Academy. I can also surely say that Wild Academy is just being very being very cautious. The way how Siege is meant to play, they are going in for the drone work. The team coordination looks so on point for this roster that Lenovo Legion is getting completely caught off guard. Whether it's be some of those rumors going down, whether it's be some of those Solarium Stairs player or the main library Fireplace Hallway players trying to get some of the C4 stars in, they are both completely getting shunned all the way from different other angles. And that is that one point I want to say, that Wild Academy is completely being smart about approaching the entire play, approaching the site execution from multiple angles possible.
Yeah, that's definitely for sure. Wild's putting on pressure from multiple angles, as also as Honovit is being forced on multiple angles, and they're struggling with that. They're a little bit too widespread. Yes, Chalet is a big map. There's a lot of key positions to be taken care of, and there's also a lot of key positions that are being used to be hold widespread away from each other in the positions of the defenders. But Wild are seeing these gaps, and Wild will also put pressure on those gaps. And if you're not fast enough to adapt on changing and also rotating and trying to assist your teammates, Wild will absolutely abuse those scenarios against you, as they've already done that twice.
Yes, sir. Right now, we do see the drone work coming in from the side of Ram, also using the boogie drone to open down some vertical angles possible. This might be the first initial gunfight. Nomad having no idea that's going to be the side of Go, but a quick refrac coming in from the side of Sneak Wild to take down the side of Astes. 4v4 situation in the first 50 seconds as well. We do see the refrac coming, and you see this. This is something what was missing a lot in the previous matchup between the side of Besiktas and NXT. But in this matchup, when you have Wild Academy facing up Lenovo Legion, we do see the refracs being on point from actually both the teams, not gonna lie.
These refracs are on perspective. They're also pretty well good placed here on both hands teams. As now we got ourselves Sneak spotted out. That Virgil, and Virgil's getting damage dealt with it. He is also being pressured from both sides on multiple occasions. He needs to roam back and conclude his position as Slayer's putting on pressure on Evan, and also Evan is putting out of his misery as Sneak puts a Joker. Headsnut is putting out Sneak. We got ourselves refrag onto refrag. BMZY putting out Headsnut. And this is so a high-paced game as of the moment. BMZ picking up Garen, as now we got ourselves a 2-on-2 situation. And the scenario is in the hands of Legion Honved, as they've got 2 guys on the full health, and Garen and BMZY are surely a little bit less than 1 guy full health.
Gonna affect a lot when they will try to go for these solo gunfights. Ram on 20 HP, touches on a little bit of more ahead when it comes on 76 by 125, but still it's gonna affect a lot on what defenders are on. But 43 seconds left. We might see Ram being a little bit quick about the boogie drone and try to just take out someone with a vertical angle. Maybe Bandit is playing it on towards the very edge of the snowball garage, just playing on towards the breach area. But still the Volker canisters are still on. But that EMP nade will go on. Ooh, a quick flick. Might be a little bit of damage, a little bit more done on towards the side of Thatcher. Yes, he's on 44 HP. The Goyo Vulcan will go out. And for the next entire 18 seconds, it's going to be really undeniable. But Thrift, look at that smart play. Look at that utility play. Boy, oh boy. I was actually expecting maybe it will be the attacking side though. Would love to see the side of Lenovo Legion finally getting that first defensive round victory on round number 3.
I would just say that Goyo canister on the main breach nearly saved his bum there. As Trift
Yeah.
hit that Goyo, he made sure for a fact that the bug outside is not able to rush inside to do a double play, like frag refrag scenario on him on double angle with his teammate going down with the hands of Garen coming down on Snowmobile stairs. As once again, I needed to say that Hama played it pretty beautifully, but one crucial factor in that is that the teammate in Vineseller was way too far off to be in a position that he possibly could have helped out his teammate if Thrift was in a position that to be taken out. And that way, very lucky outcome for Honva that the Goyo canister was still up in there, and that may also be the living factor why he didn't need to come any type of centimeters closer. But is it a thing to rely on? I don't think so. So good round from Honvet, but still not quite convinced of the moment of yet. As well was a little bit unlucky on their approaches, losing some guys with some backstabbers. So they always need to watch their 6, even though they are a little bit higher ranked than Honvet.
Yep. And talking about the last round, I feel like Lenovo Legions did actually their room especially gonna give credit to their room. They wasted a lot of time for these attackers. Of course, those trade games were right. Some of these kills also did came in the favor of Lenovo Legions, but how they actually wasted most of the round duration, just let the attackers think where they're gonna push in from, whether it's be wine cellar, whether it's be the main set. That was the key right there. But Drift coming with that frost kill. SMG is not gonna get underutilized, folks. And again, we do see the frost supremacy, the second match for the day.
And that way, we got ourselves a concluded opening frag. And there's no refrag coming in from Wild as of the moment. As Legion of Honvet is looking a little bit more steady now and a little bit more calm on their own play style, also positionings. They're now putting pressure on that. Warden is clocked in with his goggles. Joker putting out Mats Quente from his misery. As also Slayer's getting help. He does some help on his teammate being down on the top side. As Slayer is also picking up BMZY from the top, and he is not able to pick up the last one. As Joker then once again comes in a helping hands position. And now the thing that I said that I was missing to see a very convincing round in the hands of Lenovo Legion Honved's round number 3. They finally concluded and showed in round number 4. They moved a little bit more closer to each other, and as the fact as they saw, okay, there's some guys entering from that and that angle, putting pressure on me. You immediately saw how they saw their chances and putting pressure back onto the opponents. And also moved a little bit closer together to be able to help each other out. And that round was a very solid round win. And that is also a win that may be causing Wild to just think a little bit more. Yes, you may have the better strategic game plans, but we don't have to underestimate this team because they're able to force us out even if we are trying to look out for it.
Yeah, completely. Just getting close to each other, trying to, using the vice versa, trying to just isolate and let the attackers fall in their reticle. That was the kind of play that Lenovo Legion really, really needed, though. And scores getting equalized in round number 5. As a C-Stand, as a Siegecaster on being on the desk, what else you need? You want to see that cutthroat competition. You want to see that point-to-point action where both teams are able to challenge each other on their apex. But right now, we do see the entry of Monty coming in alongside with Flores, alongside with Doki. So yeah, Snow Mobile Garage Push is definitely coming in. I feel like that is coming in pretty fast.
It's coming in pretty fast, especially when you look at the operators lineup. We're setting some force onto library. We're also going to set some pressure coming in from that bottom floor, making sure these cams are offline so we don't get any sound calls within through. And just look on the multiple angle build up once again. There's a lot of things to be taken care of, and there's a lot of things that they're doing completely right. You just only need to watch out that they're not getting opening frag. As Sneak is picking up this first of the third. Nice. That one is a delicious one as the Castle with that is falling through the roster for this round.
Where do you see Monty coming in to try off to get some intel coming on the library hallway? You know, for the fact that there's going to be someone, actually more than one, to playing around towards the vertical. You know, just deny the vertical control. To getting laid down from the side of attackers. But for now, Warden was just getting messed up. Mule is going to come up to take that aggressive peek from the bathroom window. But right now, they are getting suppressed on towards the solid enemy. C4 is going to toss out, not going to connect. Monty is still on. A little bit of damage though, but it's going to be Sledge take out that crossfire. Joker is going to be out, making it a 3v5 scenario. And that is going to be another kill coming in from the side of Steak as these go down and making it a 2v5, while Academy looking very promising in this approach.
And now we're going back to Wild as we knew them and we also were prepped for them. They show a little bit their doministic way of playing Siege, putting a lot of pressure, mocking these defenders out of their favored position, putting on pressure from multiple angles and just making them move, making and forcing them to go around. But Headsnut is putting on a lot of pressure together with Slayer, mocking out a 5-2 situation into a 2-on-2 situation, being very able to play together, putting some back pressure on. But now Monty's in a good position, has gained the position onto that mirror window. There's still, once again, a Maestro back and on that wall that he needs to watch out for. Mirror cold, where this position is at. Mirror taken care of.
Out.
Maestro came out of the building, out of that situation, and now Headset is in a bad position as Evan is now in a perfect position to put out a plant. He's trying to go into plant position. The Maestro moves and immediately gets shut down here by BMZY as Wild is taking a lead once again, leading up with 3-2, and they're pretty much looking forward to set them pressure on gaining that 4th point as well. But Honved will do everything that is in their force book to make a 3-on-3 roll so possible, as even a 3-on-3 roll so will not please them in the hands of you got to begin in defense hold on Chalet.
Yep, for the side of Lenovo Legion, yes, and how they were able to take the those 2 rounds in their defensive side. That was something really good coming against a really good and strong team from a team like Wild Academy in this Voltage League Season 4 here at the group stages now. But for the side of Wild Academy, everything is going right. Whether they are going in for the shield play, whether they're going in for the frags, whether they are trying to go in for the intel, whether they are sometimes around. Of course, getting completely off guard in the last down seconds when Lenovo Legion popped off that Vulcan canister when the objective was on towards the Stone World Garage. That shift play coming in from the side of Lenovo Legion. But overall, Wild Academy seems to be the better side. I have to say, seems to be the better side over here against comparatively to both teams. Seems to be the better side in the attack. But you have to just wait and watch when the attack and defender swap will be made. After when we will see Lenovo Legion being on the attacking side, you have to just wait and watch for a minute.
I would say we still, though, have a pretty much unbalanced matchup because of Wild. These 3 round wins that Wild have taken in so far were pretty convincing rounds. Meanwhile, the rounds that Honved had put down to the board, they really needed to work for these rounds. They worked their asses off for these rounds. So there's a lot of communication, also a very big type of way of concentration that is coming into perspective here. All the guys of Wild, and also for Honved, as Wild is now going breaching up the main wall into Snowmobile. Snowmobile is now open, and now the formation is going back into Boiler. We also see some action over there. This build-up will conclude with also opening up the Boiler double breach, after my opinion. They're watching out and looking into these utilities. Phone call is through with Doki.
And the logic bomb is gonna take away the phone coming in from the side of defenders. But right here on towards the kitchen angle is this is gonna be the side of Kurio, trying to get someone off from the gaming room window. He knows that someone with the DMR is still there. But right now, Aruna will be a little bit bad. Lion not being so careful with that angle. That's gonna be Koyo to take out one of the top fraggers though. That a little bit of that quick trade came coming in. That's gonna be Trift to take out the side of Bumsy, as Bumsy was able to take down one more. Make it at 4v2, the headshot gets down towards the side of Garen. Make it at 3v2 now. It's going to be the side of Ram to take outside the side of Thrift. It is chaos on the kill free right now, folks, as Ram gets another one.
BMZ very much known for his aggressive refragging walkways. He picks up another refrag, getting refragged himself, then because he's missing his shots and bullets down onto Headsnot, down on the basement side of these snowmobile staircase. But then once again we have Mats putting out and putting in 2 double kills pretty quickly after each other, putting some pressure, making it 2-on-2.
No!
Evan is putting some pressure on Headsnut as Headsnut is trying to force him out. But Joker is putting out everything as their mystery with a perfect combination of 2 kills and 2 multiple angers coming in. They're putting on pressure, but they don't know for a fact which anger he is standing in and which pixel he is holding. That way, we got ourselves a 3-on-3 standing into the roll sub, and that is a roll sub that I did not intend to see from the scoreline. I would say I was looking into a 4-3 for Wild here. So I'm very impressed by Honved as they always find a way to fight back in these rounds.
That was very close, though. We saw the same kind of a little bit of, I would say, carelessness coming in from the side of land. That was from the side of Wild Academy, that he was not aware of the gaming room window being open, and definitely someone can definitely take a quick pick and shut you down when there's no one watching your crossfire. But he was completely taken off guard. And that same treatment was given into Melusi. I don't know whether he was trying to go for that now, or maybe he was trying to catch an angle onto a stud hatch, but he was completely getting shut down. But props to Joker being with that, completely 100% game sense. He knew that someone will come around for the drop down hatch, and that's going to be the second guy who just took down Melusi. So team coordination, the entire call outs scenario was just on point in the last round coming in from Lenovo Legion Honved. But finally, folks, like you said, man, it's going to be the attacker and defender swap, role swap being made. So I'll just wait and watch up to round number 8. I'll just say for this round, we'll just wait and watch how the Lenovo Legions actually answer back on their attacking rounds towards the side of Wild Academy. Because Wild Academy was, in my opinion, they were a little bit ahead from what I was able to expect from Lenovo Legion. Wild Academy was feeling better in the taking control, taking those quick control, taking those trade games right. Let's see what Lenovo Legion has to offer.
Let's see what they have to offer. Let's see what these 2 teams now can bring in the upper side, in the other side that they now have to face. Both teams did good, but none of these teams did perfect so far. So there's a lot of things, small adjustments only though, that they need to take a perspective and maybe do some small adaptation and changes, and we will have ourselves a pretty harsh matchup that will conclude with many more rounds to come. We have ourselves a 3-on-3 scoreline as of so far. So we have a little bit of a deja vu here from the first matchup with, I would still say though that Wild is a little bit more in upper-handed situation, as Slayer now is being put some pressure on, as Emilia says, hey, Cass's curse is coming in, as also Joker must put on some force, as also Evan is being downed already. So we got ourselves a 5-on-2 scenario if no one is able to put some pressure back onto Evan. Neek downing someone, getting down and killed. So we got ourselves a 5-on-1, and that is a flawless round coming in. And a flawless round means that Legion Honved is going in the lead here against Wild Academy. So now we finally got ourselves the first lead in the hands of Honved, and they're doing perfectly good, putting on pressure, perfect good drone intel, mocking out the guys out of their positions, and then immediately being able to set some force upon them.
Lovely, man. I was not expecting that to happen. A win coming in for the side of Lenovo Legion, maybe yes, but a flawless round coming in from the side of Lenovo Legion with that perfection, that is something neatly and perfectly done from the side of Lenovo Legion. However, and props to them. But yes, while Academy will just quickly switch up the size, and they're not going for the same objective point. They'll go for the side placement, the Somewhat Garage, and the wine cellar room. But yes, coming in from side of Lenovo Legion, However, if this is the sheer aggressive approach is kind of being done from the side of Lenovo Legion Horn, where at this at this percentage of accuracy and perfection, we might see an early end over here. Not gonna lie. How Lenovo Legion just approached the last round was something very unexpected.
I don't pretty much know for a fact. I'm a little bit here and there for both teams because
Huh?
I would say Wild is pretty good in setting pressure, while Honved is very good in their defense positions as of the moment. They're like feeling their game as of the moment. So I'm a little bit, yeah, I was here and there for both teams. It just pretty much depends on which team is putting on more pressure, which team is more ready to do a sacrifice and just maybe just trying to hunt them out.
Yep. Quick bandit trick and with the help of Tubarao getting done, but oh, finally it will be the side of Lenovo Legion Horned with that Kali's ability, and of course the secondary impedance. That's going to be a quick open on towards the main breach area, main breach wall. But for the side of bandit, trying to just guard on the entire angle from the vine cell and the guard room rotation on towards the back. And before I say that, that's going to be sneak to take down the side of Astage with that C4 coming in. Was that a vertical C4? Maybe yes.
Maybe yes, maybe no. We will never know for a fact because we did then see. But still, though, opening frag in the hands of Wild. And that is a big, big thing for them. That's for sure. As of we are looking into that, Wild needs to put some pressure. They need to come back. They need to find an equalization for the seventh round that they just proudly lost. As they're taking off a lot of time here in the hands of Lenovo Legion Honved. Now we got ourselves a drop outside coming in, concluding some force being brought here by the glass. Not pretty much finding anything though, as the Clash is putting herself in a cornered position at the shells. Slayer is putting out BMZ from his misery, equalizing the man count here on 4-4, as there's no one to put some pressure
Where is
back
Termite?
on to that Termite, as Garen now finally takes a swing out of Janitor, but also the drop comes in from Slayer. Slayer is putting out Evan. Garen is picking a Joker. We only have Slayer and Thrift outside the breach. These two snipers can bring a lot of damage, but I don't think that will be enough. As of Wild is putting on pressure with these MPs, and Mats is putting out both all of their misery and shutting down this 8th round and winning it for Wilds. We got ourselves another equalization onto 4-4 stand. Equal standing means we are dealing the cards new, as both teams now can begin with a fresh equalization standing.
Was Hermite thinking that both of the defenders from the blue hallway and on towards the vice rotation won't peak? I mean, you can just get ahead towards the second garbage can, just pass that and go for the plant. You have a little bit of cover with that on the blue plan over there, being very close though. Not really sure what he was trying to do, and he was completely taken just so quickly. And diffuser was a little bit too deep for the side of Glass and for the side of Kali to just go inside, defeat both of the defenders with that sniper, that too. But I'm not sure what was that Hermite player thinking. Correct me if I'm wrong though. You can actually go for the plant just right there behind that Raptor.
Yeah, you can. I don't
mean-
I don't see why they did it, and I don't pretty much understand why they should be so crucial with that scenario, because they have two sniper rifles that could perfectly hold
Exactly.
these wide angles from outside. We also had a guy on the top of a hatch. We also had a guy holding fireplace. So I don't see why they didn't smoke once more, because they had smoke canisters still left, and that way they could have concluded with a better plant position, just marking them out, and just hopefully having Kali and Glass in the right angles to spot them out, mark them out, and then also shutting them out. But that did not happen. Wild concludes that round with a round win, so we got us up an equalization stand, and Wild shows once again that they also can come back from any type of scenarios, and also if they're getting flawless.
Yep, the round number 17 been very flawless for the side of Legion, but for the side of for in the round number 8, we did saw what just happened. Grim with the Stinger Bees, it's gonna put out the location for the side of Legion. Yes, he needs a little bit of that support coming with his companion defenders playing on towards the library hallway. Ooh, a quick peek! Slayer gets slayed. Maybe a trade fire coming, but no, that's going to be even to take down the side of Joker. Both of the attackers trying to get the control of the second floor will get very early denial from the side of defender. That's going to be the second one coming in from the side of Jabara. And that is that, guys. Boy, oh boy. Wild Academy, they are in for a ride.
And that way, it also means that Honvet is not ready and doesn't have enough players to be able to put some pressure in on Wild from below, as Wild's already prepping themselves, looking below down, trying to find some angles. Drift is finding Sneak though, but the next guys are coming down from the stairs as BMZY is putting on pressure, getting on Thrift as he is going and being stuck into that Fenrir gadget as Hesnut is putting on Mats out of his misery. Mats a very important player here, putting out two guys in the entryways of Solar. And now we have Hadsnut left alone coming in from that bar hallway as BMZY is already on the sounds, listening and just waiting for the perfect timing. Has Evan up and above, and Evan has already spotted out that arm, and he is looking down that arm, but BMZY is a little bit too fast for that, shutting down that round. And now we got Wild back in the lead with 5-4 once again, and now they're clocking it up, and they want to shut it out for sure.
Yeah, definitely a little back and forth game did really happen up to round number 8. But round first, we do see the side of Wild Academy taking that charge up after the score line went to 4-3. Now we are back to 4-5, two back-to-back rounds coming in into the favor of Wild Academy. But I was when I saw the first attacking round going into the favor of Legion with that flawless round, no one from the side of Wild Academy was able to take down anyone from the side of Legion. I was actually quite surprised and quite hoping, Lenovo Legion might shun down the side of Wild Academy in this attacking side, as they're on the attacking side. But it's complete vice versa. Wild Academy is able to adapt, is able to improvise, are able to fill out the gaps coming in from the side of Lenovo Legion. Especially that Tuber outplay coming in from side of Masquent, taking down that first tap on towards Solorium windows, taking that second coming in off from the bathroom. This is completely unreal.
It is. And we're looking into coming into round number 10. Potentially, this may be the second last round if Wild is now able to figure out, or if they have already figured out the way of stand themselves on their own position, putting on force onto Honvet without being vulnerable for themselves. The call is going through. Cam is spotting, but he is overjoining as Joker now put some pressure on with the Monty. May also jump in onto Trophy, as also Eds is on his way with the Ash down below into Garage, going up into Solar. Now we will have some action on the Solar windows. We will get an entry up on top level as we just predicted. Yes, we will have. So we will have a full gainer on the top floor hold, and now we will have some pressurization from the Monty. That's a good pressure point setter as an operator for that position, as he's a living drone putting on live pressure on these guys in that library hall and also into that Mazine catwalk stage.
Yep.
Joker's down below. What does Joker do in Diner?
Possibly waiting in for someone to come in and then might take someone out.
You have the perfect operator to put pressure in the second floor, and you're not using it because you're using it to put pressure on the dining kitchen hallway. Maybe because they know for a fact there is not enough utility on the site, but there is a lot of utility and enough man counts on that site as he's now roaming out, and he will go in mud as we will see a second jump in as Evan is trapped in that corner in between two windows. Ibana is already clopping up ready. Joker's coming up above. Is there any pressurization moment as he's picking up? As Evan is picking up Thrift. and there's no action happening. You have a Monty, but the Monty's not being aggressive enough. There's like no action coming in on through from him. Now he needs a second one to with help him to just look on that Mine so he can move forward, move into or onto that Frost. Frost is swinging. Frost is being annihilated by Slayer. 4-on-4 scenario. 44 seconds left. This Joker now is in the position and needed to put some pressure on. Now we have a full gained top 4 control in the hands of Honved, but it's only 30 seconds left. I don't know if that's enough time, as we also have Wild up in man count as Slayer's being downed.
Oh no, I was about to say, watch out the frost traps. Watch out the frost traps, and that's going to be the first intel being given away. With that rework done, that, blood spits out everywhere now and then, that's going to be a drop down. So Aurikyo is going to come in. Slayer goes down from the hands of Sneak, making it a 3v2 in the last 12 seconds. That's going to be another operator down. Assis takes on the side of Sneak with a trade game, and Mastic comes down to take down the side of Headsuit. Plant is still not going down, and that's going to be another round victory coming in for the side of Wild Academy. I mean, you said it completely right, man. I have to strongly agree. That aggressiveness was supposed to come from the side of Monty. They really thought that they can actually go on, take the control of Fireplace Hallway, then approach Mira. I don't know what we're thinking, man. And this is for the second time. We saw that, a little bit of incoordination on round number that was 8 as well, when Thermite just went in all ahead to, possibly melee clash. I don't know what he was thinking. That diffuser was way too deep for the side of Class, and Kali to go ahead and take it back and go for the plant. Other 3 defenders are more than ready. The same thing I would say happened again for the side of Legion in the last round. I don't know what we're thinking. Just take Monty, go towards the Fireplace Hallway, and then going for plant. Not gonna happen.
I would pretty much say you'd only pick a Monty if you know for a fact that we can go and conclude the fast plan, or if you have a guy that is very aggressive and also very, I would say, self-sure on that Monty capabilities, because it is a living joint, it's a living force maker, and you don't need to bring him in a roster if you're not able to put on force with that operator, because it's the only thing that operator can do. He can force and mark people out of the position, and also that way you can maybe force them to roam away from their predicted positions, and then maybe run in the hands of some guy aiming those off in the hands of your teammates. But that way, none of these particular things happened in the hands of Honved, and now they're putting themselves in a very ugly position now as they are down in the books against Wild on 6-4, and that also means Wild is on a match point scenario here. They're very confident on their standings here in the defense, so I'm pretty much convinced that this could be a big ender here as well. Now we'll look to close things up.
Yeah, I mean, man, they're able to win back-to-back rounds in their defensive side. They're able to just read out the minds of Lenovo Legion, if you ask me, honestly. After 4-3 went on for the side of Lenovo Legion, there's not a single round coming in for the side of Lenovo Legion. So I feel like, yes, Wild Academy will definitely shut this down in the 7-4. But hey, might be very early for me to say, Lenovo Legion will get shut down in this round. We'll just wait and watch for now, folks. As we do see, there's going to be a clash coming in from the side of Evan in this round. But hey, as I speak, that's going to be Karen take down the side of Slayer. I mean, mind you, folks, there was one of the top most stragglers from the side of Legion Honved in their last play there. So him getting taken down early is definitely affecting the entire approach coming in from the side of Lenovo Legion in this map.
That's for sure. That's without a doubt. And we also have ourselves a clash. Yes, the clash is being shut down a little bit with that EMP, but Sneak is close. We have a team play here coming in. He is giving the calls. He's getting help by Sneak as the BMZY is not being down as of Joker putting out his first opener for his team in the hands of Honved. We got ourselves a 3-on-4 scenario. Everything is still winnable here for Honved as they got another 75 seconds left on that clock, but they need to look into perspective that they need to move on and they need to come down as quick as possible. Strift finds Sneak. Strift is in a good position here, mocking him out, putting himself in an equalized position for man counts. Now he's moving in. He needs some help by the Clash. Clash can only break him, but she can't kill him as of the hands of that.
Oh, good one.
Thermite is on. Thermite is being dealt with as Thrift also shakes out. The next one is a 2-on-2 situation. Thrift is on side. Thrift is being down. Thrift is being killed by Matt. And that way we only got Joker left on 16 HP. And that shell, be it as of the Clash, is not able to be down or killed by him. She has enough electrocutes left to make some serious damage. 11 health left. There's also Mats is now putting pressure. She will force and push on Mats. Mats is ready in the corner. He is in the better position. He will pre-fire. He knows the fact that she will be low HP. Putting out that shotgun. She will swing around and Mats is shutting her down. That way we got ourselves Wilder win with 7-4 in count out rounds. And a good and well-deserved win for Wild. With a few struggles in the mid part and the mid section of this game, but still very well-deserved. GG well played from my side. That's for sure.
Definitely, they really kept both of us at really edge of our seats, man. Lenovo Legion, props to you, man. Kudos to you. The way on your thrift stepped up. I was expecting more from the side of Joker and Slayer. Not gonna lie though, because Joker and Slayer both were both were the guys on the last play date. You just drop down bodies left, right, center on the entire map. But right now, folks, as we take a look at the highlights, yes, since the entire beginning, we did saw Wild Academy, winning most of those attacking rounds in their favor. Yes, Lenovo Legion was able to make it a 4-4 in the end in the first attacker and defender swap, before the attacker and defender swap was making the first half of the map. But after 4-4, none of those rounds went on to the side of Lenovo Legion. They were struggling a lot on their attacking side.
Definitely, they were struggling a lot of the defensive side. And another thing that I just witnessed is that even though Lenovo Legion Honved found multiple occasions, multiple ways just mock Wild out and also put that in perspective and also gain a lot of good scenarios, they did not always put out themselves in the better positions. They also fell through the roster pretty often, even though they had the upper hand positions in those scenarios. Means Wild was always ready, also in the second hand and also in the backhand scenarios, and that also means they were a little bit better on their foots, were a little bit better prepped in that way. I would say that's a well-deserved win. That's just a fact, pure feelings on. Well, Honved did everything that they could. They did many things perfectly, many things good, and only just a few lack points, not as good as they may have been able to. But there's a lot of things that they can build up on for the next play days, and I'm pretty much happy to see what they can bring.
Let's see, man. Good luck to both of the teams for their next stages. But for the side of Lenovo Legions, yes, they will definitely take that learning that there still need to be a lot of practice, a lot of that preparation needs to be done when you are going against a team like Wild Academy. But in the end, yes, there's only going to be one team to take away that victory. But folks, that was the second map for the day. We still have four more teams remaining into go against each other, and two more maps to see here at today's broadcast for Voltage League Season 4.
So without further ado, I would say let's go into a small break before we see each other for match number 3 of this evening. So we see each other in a few minutes.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
And that way we are back for the third match of this day. We are all back to earth as I'm sitting back in my chair again. My knee was hurting a little bit, so I'm sorry for that. I'm still joined by Bullet. And
Yeah,
that way,
well, folks, we are. Yeah, please.
and that way we are ready for the third play day. Another play day, but the third match of this play day. And we're seeing Bon Voyage against Diavoli. And as we were mentioning privately, we have another match. That means we have another bunch of players and a new map. And hopefully we'll have a new map for this time. So let's slide over to
Yeah,
the
man.
map, man.
I'm quite not gonna kind of bored to see Chalet for the second time. But hey, finally we do see a new map coming in for the third matchup between the side of Bon Voyage and Davoli. We do see the side of Clubhouse getting picked, and that's going to be the side of Bon Voyage to start with the defensive side. But talking about the side of Bon Voyage, I like actually talking for the side of both. Yeah, I've seen these both teams playing on here at the Voltage. I've casted their games. I feel like this is going to be a match where both of the teams will be kind of like on a similar page of the entire skill caliber of play, but can't really say on a map like Clubhouse because I haven't seen both of them playing them on a map like Clubhouse. I have seen Bon Voyage on the map of Border, if I'm not wrong, and Divoli on the map of Night Haven. I mean, for the most of the time, to be very frankly speaking, I was here at the Voltage League season forecasting this. It was Night Haven all over the place. Like we saw back to back Shelley maps today, Mighty with you, and it was Night Haven labs on the previous days. So let's see what. Yeah,
I just want to bring it into perspective. I had a laughing eye when I saw how quickly Chalet was banned. So Team Bon Voyage was pretty much in our perspective and said, okay, we won't see Chalet for a third time
for the third time
with us. But that's
yeah
also with another caution is to take. That was a precaution to ban that map because Diavoli played it last week against Besiktas that we saw privately this evening, and they won Chalet against Besiktas 7-1. So that was a clean run over for Diavoli on Chalet. So the Bonfire said, okay, we're not facing our luck there in a best of one on a map that Diavoli showed that they are pretty much good, well handled on. So we are bringing on another map. What's concerning me a little bit is that we're going to Clubhouse with Bon Voyage, more overperforming on like bigger on newer maps, and we have a very compact map with Clubhouse. I'm pretty much convinced to see what they can bring, even though Diavoli is more better on these compact maps. But as we mentioned, we have a new map, we have a new matchup. That also means we have a new players, and I think you are pretty much happy to show us which these players are.
Yeah, coming in from the side of Bonware, we do have Venoms, Fire, Swiss, a Discount, and BMS. That's a quick, again, in terms of the entire frag play and having that, potential with that, Roma cancel popping up bodies down on the floor. That was BMS and Venoms when I was here at the last broadcast, casting the match of Bonware. For the side of Diavoli, I'm not able to recall it right, but I'm pretty sure that was pretty, able to recall it. That was Scyther or maybe that was Devil. But yeah, from the entire team, we do have Kosh, we do have Nolt coming in, we do have Alzet. Apologies if I'm taking the pronunciation to a wrong side, but yeah, that's going to be Devil coming on with the 5th stack number. But yes, on a map like Clubhouse, a lot of the approach can come on from the side of construction. A lot of these hatches can get open onto the basement. Yes, we do see the blue room getting in control. But what is going to be interesting is how the kind of operator bands we might see on the map of Clubhouse. We do see sometimes around the map of Clubhouse players banning a lot of Azami, players do banning a lot of Kaid. But we'll see what's gonna be the player going in for the operator
I would
bans on
like
a
to
map
bring
of
4 perfect bans. I'm calling Doki, I'm calling
Okay.
Monty, I'm calling Azami, and I'm calling a Kaido Tubero.
For my side, just a quick one before this entire thing starts. Azami, Kaid, Doki, Blitz. Let's see.
Let's see who may get the upper hand. Okay, Monty is the first on my hand, so you have 1 wrong already.
I might be 4 wrong, man. Come on. But hey, of course, that's going to be the side of Bonware to take out the side of Monty. Of course, they are going to be the team to start off with the defensive
Maverick,
side.
so I got 1 wrong as well. Maverick, though, even very understandable, making some clean holes onto the main breach and also being able to do many type of good lines or just maybe just burning himself a rotation in on non-reinforced walls on other side and promptly sides of maps. So that is definitely understandable. Monty out of the roster, Maverick out of the roster, going into the defenders. Tuberel off the table in the hands of Diavoli. That's Bon Voyage with the last ban. And I don't really much think they will ban a zombie because they pretty much need her for 2 map rotations. It may be also for 4 spots in these 2 map rotations they got in bottom basement and also in top floor onto rafters.
Let's see, man. Might be Valk. Oh, there you go. That's going to be Valkyrie to get banned. I got completely all 4 wrong.
You got all 4 wrong. I got 2 right. Pretty much well okay, but we know Caster's Curse. We always need to have something wrong. So you have all 4. I got 2. So I would say pretty much fair and square. Both teams trolled us a little bit, but still, we got ourselves 4 operators off the board, off the grid. That's quite understandable. And let's see what these teams can bring and what adaptations they will need to be brought here on typical spots. As basement is not a typical spot where you play a Monty, but I'm pretty much convinced and concerned a little bit on the attacking side what they will do when we will see the rafters in round number 2 in that garage side, because there you're very often promptly needed to have a Monty on that scheduled side to help you out. Well, let's see. First round here, we got a Zami, we got ourselves a Mute, we got ourselves Maluzi, Legion, and also a Vigil in the hands of the defenders. We got ourselves Hibana, Buck, Ace, Grim, and Thatcher in the hands of the attackers. As Diavoli, of course, are beginning in the attack, Bon Voyage in the defense. We are down in basement. What's the most defended-sided spot in the complete map pool? As we already see, Discount missed throwing his first keeper barrier here onto barrels. Devils is up on the rappel into this CC side. We know for a fact, and also Diavoli knows for a fact that there was a Mute upstairs. Now they also know that the Legion is upstairs in cash. He was drawing his position a little bit. And you just see immediately how fast these roambacks and these pushbacks are coming in, as Cypher is being pushed out by Discount, as Bon Voyage is picking up their first and opening entry kill in this first round.
really quick, really neat, and by the looks of it, he was just playing on towards that blue room stairs pretty well, though, that he was preparing with the kebab there, and that I feel like that kill was also coming in. Like Saito maybe jumped off from the window there, maybe just take a quick peek, and he was completely taken off guard. We do see the side of Ibana putting down the central roof hatch, trying to take an entry towards the logistics side, or we do see the others, the other defenders going out on towards the first floor. That's going to be
Oh,
skeleton key
beautiful
in
angle.
play.
Beautiful
Yes,
anger here on the stairs, putting out a lot of budget out of his misery. Swiss is now falling through the roster, but he is coming close as Fire is finding the first onto Noit. And that way, Fire is now withdrawing his position. We got both BMS and Fire immediately withdrawing their positions. Good team play here by the Axe Rocks players.
a good approach coming in from the side of Tivoli, but still it's going to be the man advantage in the side of Bonvoyard. Good trade games happening back from the side of Mute as he goes back towards the side. But for now, there will be a lot of these vertical angles getting open with the Burke, with the Hibana. We do see the church head also getting open from the side of Hibana. But towards the kitchen hats, that's going to be the key play right there.
That will be the key play right there. That's a factum. Now we just need to see if we will get some vertical frags coming in. As Ozzy is being hit from below. Just look, there's no scary facts coming in here in the hands of Bon Voyage whatsoever. They're just looking in those vertical lines shot by the Buck and also by that Thatcher. They're looking forward to more kills as there only remains 30 seconds on the clock. The hatch drop will come onto Moto, and just look at the pure position of Bon Voyage. They're ready for the drop. Drop coming in up by Kos. Kos will be swung. He will pick out the first on the Fire. 3-on-3 equalization. Alset also putting pressure. BMS putting on Kos. Bon Voyage in the lead. BMS onto Devils. It's BMS against Alset, and Alset is also behind the bar, and BMS is on the perfect position for the triple. And that's a beautiful round in the hands of Bon Voyage, opening this third matchup with a huge Churner.
That was, completely how you actually play the defensive side, Rainbow Six. No more overpeakings when your roamers were out. No more aggressive approach coming in from the side of Legion. As that first, prefag coming from the main side on towards the breach over there, where Legion was trying to, hold down the church area. He just took a step back and let the attackers come in. He knew for a fact that maybe he will eventually get down, or maybe his teammates will eventually go down. I can be there. Rotate from the 90 hallway, just go on towards the blue hallway, blue room over there. Just take the attackers out from that particular angle. I would say that was a good execution also approach coming in from the side of Divoli. But yes, that entire man advantage, the entire positioning of the defenders just was a little bit too ahead for the side of Bon Voyage, for the side of Divoli to crack down the entire strat coming in from the side of Bon Voyage. A pretty good round though. But yes, that was a completely perfect example. No more peeking, no more aggressive approach from the side of defenders, and you just let the attackers come in vertical.
5 seconds to go.
Just let them come vertical, and then they are out of time, and they need to face you promptly up front. And that way, you need to find the perfect situation, the perfect timing to just set himself up for I would say like a flank, and the flank from BMS came perfectly. Found one, found two, and found the third from behind with the backstabber. And that was a beautiful rotation done. A flank being set up here by BMS. And now we're up in rafters. We got ourselves the Azami. We don't have any shield operators. No blitz being brought for the attention swap for Monty. So I'm just pretty much convinced, as I told earlier, to see what game strategic plans they will bring for rafters, because rafters is one of the more crucial position, is also a key position to be able to gain access and also gain force into Garage, as they've mocked out the Azami already. Azami being completely scared out there in the hands of Swiss.
Yeah.
Garage been taken by Diavoli. That's been quick.
And this is going to be a test of the entire attacking side, as they have to take the garage control. They have to push in on maybe they want to. They have to also push in from multiple angles like construction area. Then they have to also maybe push down from the main breach as well. But Devil's going to come in from the side of construction. They have the control of the entire side already.
They got control of cash and servers already. They still have a lot of ground to make
Yeah.
good in the perspective of coming over into master and gym area. But BMS being taken care of with the hands of the warden, the big impactor from the last and previous round. It's a huge one, as we also see now that Discount will
Yeah.
play an active role on that breach. He will try to figure out a way, put them force. Now that they open the cash, the gym wall, one is on front of that window, and it is the ace. The ace on that window, getting dealt with by the jump of Swiss. Cypher's picking out Swiss. So we still have Bon Voyage, one down in man count, 3 against 2. He will look into, and he will find. He doesn't find the castle, though, even though Kos finds fire. It's Noms against 2 as LZ, and Kos against Noms. Noms is now in the position that he needs to find a rotation way into showers, but Kos is already there and putting out Noms out of his misery. And that way, we have ourselves a 2-0 lead in the hands of Bon Voyage, not stepping back any type of further. No, Divoli picking up their first round. What am I talking about? 1-on-1 here after round number 2.
Oof. I was thinking that maybe Castle can. We did saw the crucial pick right there, trying to defend from all the way from the side of the logistics, trying to then again go on towards the cash room. But yes, this time around, this will be the side of Divoli to be a one step ahead, coming in against the side of Bon Voyage. Right now, we do see the side of the gym bedroom and the other master bedroom, gym and the master bedroom getting picked up. But talking about the side of Bon Voyage in the last one, I was hoping to see a shield play, like Blitz getting picked up. Sorry, from the side of Divoli, a Blitz getting picked up. As Monty is banned from the side of Bon Voyage, but we didn't saw that happening yet. But for now, what we are able to see is both of the teams able to win one of each round to their side respectively. And this is the kind of match you want to see. We did saw in the last round up till last matchup up till 4-4 scoreline. After that, Lenovo Legion was able to secure anyone. But maybe things can go a lot more different in this match again. In this matchup, one we are facing at the side of Divoli.
Yeah. But still,
Yeah.
though, no Mont and no Blitz being brought as of the moment. Yes, because you don't need a Blitz for this spot that they're playing with the gym and master bedroom. They will already withdraw their position onto Rafters quite early on, as they also did in the previous round, because they thought they were holding in cash, and CC that wasn't the case. That way, it's more understandable why they withdraw their position onto Rafters that early on. Now we got some more pressurization put on, as they have already now found themselves the first round, and they really need to see things through here and also conclude and finding ways to do the same once again, as well as Bon Voyage needs to find a way on being a little bit more aggressive, also being a little bit more withstandable on that position, as Swiss finds Cypher. Devils will find Swiss for a good and eagle trade here in that factor, even though still Bon Voyage is in the upper hand with holding that position. The C4 coming in, it won't find any hits on Devils.
That was a close C4. I'm not gonna lie, that was a close C4. The side of Faith was able to just get out that entire situation, being low in HP. Well, that little impact on the outer radius could have impacted the entire health HP left on from the side of Faith. Opening the wall breach from the inner side, they are trying to get the control of the CCTV area and trying to take the entire construction control, then maybe rotate on towards the side of logistics from the construction to take out the side of castle, because that castle was a little bit caused a lot of trouble for the side of Divoli in the last round.
Caused a lot of trouble. That's definitely a key factor. But still, there's so much time running away. I don't know for a fact if Ace still has a charge. I don't think so that he has a charge, because that's still in single wall where BMS is standing could be such a crucial one if they could open that wall as well. The pressure's coming on from Whirlpool. Whirlpool is being flashed out. Noms is finding Kos. And the mirror is
Mira,
completely sleeping in that showers cabin as fire is being downed. Alzet now recovering Devils as BMS is pointing annoyed, and Discount is coming around with a pistol. Is there a call coming through? Why is this happening? What is happening here? As the Evoli is completely foolishing themselves.
I mean, that ball whereas Mira was, I don't know, definitely was sleeping or maybe just unaware of the fact that round is still on. that was completely joke, folks. No pun intended. I mean, no offensive, statement made towards the side of Bonvez. But Tavoli, the other guy was just right in front of the breach. You could have just waited a little bit more. But yeah, Tavoli won't win that round, and that will be going on towards the side of Bon Voyage, winning up the second floor side on towards the gym and kids' bedroom. But for now, they will be again going towards the towards the Arsenal and the basement side. We do see the side of Mute getting picked up. Of course, we do see the traps, the Banshee, the anti tree, or we want to call it the trappers, the Banshee, the legions coming in. But for now, again, the same kind of the very mirror operator lineup coming in from side of Bonway as what we saw in round number 1.
I'm a little bit laid back now. I would just wanting to see what new energy type of adaptations the first team may bring. Bon Voyage found a way onto Devoli's playstyle, also attacking angles as
What?
Swiss finds Else with the boss G out of spawn. We talked about that we saw a lot of outruns in the qualifiers and also in the earlier first stage of this Voltage Season 4. And these conclude with another run out here in the hands of Swiss. As Discount is forced, but Discount is being chased and he is getting found some damage, but he is saving himself the position. Cypher finds BMS though, as BMS is trying to hold and also maybe kill a position onto that Devil's man, but Chose finds Raw Fire, another one, and that way Bon Voyage is losing their cool already once again, losing their man count advantage here by 1, as now we got ourselves a 4-on-3 for the hands of Diavoli. But Swiss isn't finished with his boss. G is finding another kill here on his double.
Man, oh man, a lot of these early games is definitely happening in the first minute of the round is here in the round number 4. And making it a 3v3 now. Swiss is still alive with the bossy going all the way back to the objective side, trying to defend the side of the church. We do have Azami on 50 HP, but a lot of the work is already being done from both sides though. But for now, still, Lively needs to, try to take the control of the diffuser, because the carrier was completely denied with that run out coming in from the side of Swiss, from the side of Bonvers. I mean, that long run out is something you would not expect in a competitive match like this. Not gonna lie though. You might expect a run out, a spawn peak from here and there from the side of garage, maybe coming in from the strip club. But a run out from the kitchen side is, I don't know, it's just OMG moment for me, not gonna lie.
It is an OMG moment, that's for sure, but it's also a moment where you say, okay, that for the first that he does it is foolish. It's maybe a little bit too crucial, but the other thing is that it functions, it's hurting me a little bit. Because for a fact the long run out takes enough time so that he is spotted and you can be able to promptly aim off that angle where he's coming from. But I would say it's some indication of many unfortunate happenings or occasions. That way we have ourselves a kill happening in the spawn pick area. And now we have 30 seconds left on the clock. We have 3 guys down below against 3 guys coming from above. These hot drops will come from Moto. He is looking a little bit too long in the wrong direction, and Swiss is falling through. This guy finds Cypher. Cypher has found Swiss, and now we got ourselves a 2-on-2 situation. But this guy is pretty much well loaded. Discount is being put some pressure on from Noit. Chaos is finding Discount. Nobs is finding Noit. And Chaos is the one with the diffuser. He's in a good position. And Nobs needs to find a rotation, and he will find the rotation. Nobs does not conclude with the kill as the diffuser is being interrupted. And there's no continuous plant going through. That way, we got ourselves a lead still being built out here in the hands of Bon Voyage. 3-1 now. And it's a very, I would say, catching way Bon Voyage is playing. They're playing a very interesting siege and very attractive siege.
But in my opinion, though, what Voyage is actually able to just one thing is certain, that their roamers are definitely are able to waste down a lot of the time of the attackers. That's letting them play a little bit of hide and seek on the second floor, a little bit of hide and seek on the first floor area. That even if they are completely getting killed off in the late minutes of the round, but what that late is something like we see 50 seconds left for the side of Divoli to make the side execution. 40 seconds left to make the side if you don't take a drop down towards the hatch. But I feel like yes, Bon Voyage are able to just adapt towards all of the attacking strats coming in from the side of Divoli, and this is what you need in a map like Clubhouse. Map like Clubhouse, of course, we have in the entire history of C, we have seen a lot of reworks on the second floor. We did saw a little bit of rework on the strip club area as well as the new objective is right there. But even though this has been one of, I will say, in my opinion, one of the classic favorites competitive map in the history of Siege, I feel.
I can definitely resend you on that in those cases. I just the volley is not quite answering the way that I would await from them. Now we are finally up in the spot that I was talking about privately, onto that server and cache angle, where Rafters is such a crucial position. We have ourselves Fire and Discount playing in this Rafters position, and once again, we don't have anything to just purely push them out onto Rafters. Of course, you can't do that the way it easy with a Blitz as you could with the Monty, but still a Blitz count would maybe change a little bit, because now you have to do everything with quick peeking from the doorway and also breaching out one of these two double breaches onto the garage, so to have some multi-angle onto the guy up on Rafters, making it nearly impossible to force Rafters out.
Let's see, man. I mean, right now, we don't see any of these early gunfights being, early kill anyone from side. We just saw a little bit of that gunfight happening against the side of Capital. And that, as I speak, will be the side of Mozzie. With that P10 Ronnie quick SMG, the fire rate is insane. And it'll be able to take down the side of Devils, though. It's going to be a yellow ping coming in from the side of Divoli. They know for a fact that there's going to be the other defender playing over there.
Oh,
Another
and
attacker,
I
playing it over there.
swear to God that BMS's fingers were so hardly itching against Cypher as Discount picks out a beautiful swing with the last bullet connecting onto the other of Noid.
Oh,
Non's Pinto else at fire with a coast, and it's Cypher left alone. Cypher picks out the first on BMS. BMS should have answered his itching fingers and just swung him. Maybe that would be been a better outcome against Cypher, as now Nams is second one to beat the dance with Cypher and make Cypher suffer for that kill onto BMS, as Bon Voyage is stealing away with an intentional lead that's just growing and growing, and with a 4-1 lead now coming in. Yes, Clubhouse is an old map. It's a standard map, and it's also a very defense-sided map, after my opinion, but it's very, I would say, balanced, even though if you look at the count of Pro League runs on this Clubhouse map. But Bon Voyage is doing very, very good here. Just watching every single thing that they need to do. They're watching their angles. They're having guys being able to help out each other in refract positions, or better said, in multi-angle holding positions. And the Diavoli is just not the way that they were used to be looking in the first round that they took here, and the only round they've taken so far. And I'm just missing a little bit this aggression that they had in that round. I'm just missing the way that they were promptly playing, just like up in their face, like of mentality. And I don't think they're not. I don't really think they're capable of doing that anymore, because they're somehow lost their face a little bit. They're a little bit too defense now. They're trying to hit Bon Voyage, and every single time they're hitting a brick wall, after my opinion. So maybe they lost their temper a little bit, and they may or may not be so sure about themselves anymore.
Yeah, and I feel like in a scoreline like 4-1, Bon Voyage has definitely taken that momentum, huge momentum again. They're just feeling it right now. They know for a fact that if it's going to be any of those gunfights that we're going to lose, hey, you can't rely on all of those anchor-based players, just playing around the objective area. Let them come. We're going to take them down. They have that huge momentum gain. For now, they're able to just shift the entire thing on their side. They really need to win their last attack in this particular round number 6 on their side. If not, we might see a very one-sided affair happening in at the attacking rounds as well for the side of Bon Voyage.
Yeah, it would have a very one-sided game for Bon Voyage if that happens. That's without any type of doubts. But still, there is a lot of ground to take care of. Luckily for Bon Voyage, this is one more round that they have. On the defense side, there's a lot of things they can close out, and if they may get a 5-1 roll, so half things are made good. But Devils And they have already do so many good things. They're putting on pressure. Discount now finds Noit down and below.
They're
So we
off the
have ourselves the
side.
plan is being concluded. Plan is through into gym. I look at these positions. Noms trying to run back on the side, does not find anything. I would say we need someone to flank down below, but it's too late and to do a rerun that way. Ghost finds Discount. Noms finds Chaos. Fire finds the Devils. But once again, these positions are being marked out. They're watching their double angles. Another thing that Bon Voyage did so good the previous 2 rounds. They've only just turned around against them. Now they had multiple good positionings that they could help each other out with, and also just put some more pressure on multi angles against Bon Voyage, making a 4-2 and a very well deserved point and a very important point. Not to fall through here with a 5-1 roll split, but just saving you a little bit over
Yeah.
that edging water with the 4-2.
I mean, at this point of time, they really, really needed this round victory and a really good approach. Like you said, this is season, man. This is not where you can only play. This is not a shooter where you can only play horizontally. These guys know it for sure. They did went for a multi-angle approach, trying to push down from the gym bedroom main breeze, trying to also put down some more pressure coming in from the construction side. And that, especially that vertical canister on towards the other doorway, that completely was kind of like answered back on towards the side of Bon Voyage that, hey, Ace, triggered it out, exploded it out, and completely for 30 seconds, Sazami was just not able to get inside the side. Of course, it might be the case that someone after the post match situation could have just rotated all the way back towards the main stairs on the 90 hallway, but even though that could have been just the goalies round and they got it. But for now, the attacker and defender role swap is done, folks, and we will see Bon Voyage attacking for the next 6 rounds. A very crucial momentum change is needed, not gonna lie. I've only did got that last round victory, but what Bon Voyage needs is just 3 more rounds on their side, and they can just shut this down pretty quickly.
Another big impacting factor here.
Yeah. For now, we will see the side of Bon Voyage going for all of these intel gathering being done from with the drones now. I think they want to take the oil pit and the blue room control, the utility over there, utility room over there. But Wamai just going to come up from the garage. A flank might be possible. A gunfight against the side of Azami. They know for sure there's going to be someone over there. But for now, this can be really crucial for the side of Not. He gets one, he gets two. Nobody's watching up the flank, and this will be the side of number 1 team to get 2 back to the side. Romer's job getting done. Flank job getting done. It happens.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Reloading ammo. We are now protected. Magnets ready. Out with the old, in with the new.
Blow it up! See you on the other side.
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
He gets a focus. Boy, oh boy, stepping up for your team and it's needed is something you need to do in a situation like this. Last round, what was the previous round? It was probably the side of Saita alongside the side of Cruz to do that. The same thing, they were able to take most of the flags on their side. But in this last particular round, round number 7, it was not one of the place. And that game seems like that they will be all busy, opening up the blue utility room, trying to open up the church hatch and everything around the northern side of the map. He just went on. He took the risk because in a situation like this, there's always someone coming in from garage, always coming in from the utility room window on towards the upper hand side. But that was a risky take, and the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward if you get it. That's that.
5 seconds left. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
That's true. Let's see, man. Right now, things can definitely take a little bit of turn on towards that. I believe they're able to get this round away victory. We will see a 4-4 situation back again that we have seen from the past 2 matchups. Every other team fighting off till the end, trying to show their best gameplay that they can offer here at the Voltage League group season 4 group stages. We do see the main breach getting open up on towards the side of the hallway. Of course, the logic bomb getting deployed, a little bit of the vibration can actually give you a lot of that info, especially when it's a close quarter combat. In a close quarter combat situation like this against the bomb B side here in the gym area. Yep. Let's see, man. Right now, I feel like they definitely lead the side of Noit. I mean, the way how he played in the last round, that momentum that could have entirely helped, the side of Divoli in a situation like this. But right now, definitely a kill can be done with the pre-fire, and there will be a lot of damage though. But Strisk will come off to take down the side of Saita, making it a 5v3 though. Divoli in a really tight spot. The Devils will does that kill help a second, probably a third, but no, the Sky will give you a frag though. And Kai with a shotgun will take down the side of Venoms. 35 seconds left on the clock. Of course, this shotgun can be a sniper, can be a pretty strong one though in a close quarter situation like this. I mean, it's a sniper though, in the long range, which is a pretty strong shotgun. Oh, that is not completely done. I completely missed that part. Apologies for that, folks. But right now in a 1v2 situation, if he goes on plant on towards a B bomb, thing can go bad. He needs to go on to plant on bomb A. I don't know what he's thinking. Oh, finally that call is being done on towards the behind the bomb area. He's gonna go for the plant. Pre-fire getting done. Oh, on with the C4 can connect. Oh, he gets completely shown off. And it is a post-plant scenario now, folks. And the first kill comes off, but Swiss will be able to get the second kill and the final kill to take down the side of Kaid. That was a pretty close one. Good try from the side of Kaid, though. That was a pretty close round favoring the both sides.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
I was a little bit, scared when he, took the decision to just, sprint down the hallway, go on toward the side of the gym area. I was a little bit, what he's actually doing it. All of the rotations and all of the angles was, on towards the footwork area is already open. He can just, completely take you out from the corners and with that, that shotgun over there. But I definitely, the call was made, the yellow ping was made. He came back, took a small rotation, and came back towards to plant the bomb plant the diffuser behind behind the covers of the bomb on the bomb A. But right now we will see the side of Devali going for the same site again, and Born Mirage with a scoreline of 5-3. If they get this round number 9 their side, we'll see a match point on a scoreline of 6-3 coming in for the side of Born Mirage. If not, Devali can still push it for making it a 5-5, or maybe we can see overtime rounds coming in for the first day, coming in for the first time here at today's play day.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Reloading! Drone ready.
Changing max. Reloading.
Setting up a sequential breach. Enemy detection zone.
Oh, what? Gonna be Dom secret up.
You need more training.
Oh, nice.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
You know, he was way down to which with a very minute HP left on towards fire. I mean, again, a high risk, high reward play coming in from the side. Not again, but from the side of Bond. As we see another time, there's going to be another play with a very low HP trying to just go on side the 90 hallway, taking those kills as much as possible. But Twisted Tail, it was like two of the players from the side of Bond was in a DB state. There was another player from the side of Divoli in a DB state. The revive did came in, but again, that player was completely shut down from the side of Bon Mirage yet again because both of the players were not in the control of the entire angle. There was just one angle coming off from the side of construction, and you can't really do much more other than just to peek out and wait for attackers to come in on the vertical. Match point coming in for the side of Bon Mirage, folks, and this might be the first game, Mighty, that has come down to pretty quick, man. I mean, we have been casting for the past two maps, and this is that to the first map that is coming on to be a very short in terms of the entire duration, I feel.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Yeah. You have the first pick coming off the chart. I was about to say that might be Azami, but Swiss will be one step ahead with that Grim. And that will be the side of Azami. No more Kiba barriers in play. And trust me, in a situation like this, in an objective like this, especially the CCTV and the basement objective, Kiba barrier is something that you need up till towards the end of the round. So not really smart to take that. I might call it now the over aggressive play, as you are, completely sent off from the hands of Swiss. That was completely unnecessary, I feel. Mira is on Rome? Right now, 1 minute 10 seconds left on the clock. Kaid, electro claw getting placed up again onto the other side of church hatch. He saved that one up though. You know for the fact that yes, maybe the kitchen hatch can get open, but I will not get anyone to come in and take the church drop control. Did it got opened up? I guess yes. Central hallway trying to Bug trying to take someone from the central hallway with the vertical angles getting open up with that skeleton key in play. But three of the defenders are just laid on towards side with the full HPs. Just Mira on 34. Things can get pretty interesting here. We might see a little bit of the C4 player coming in from the side of Kaid as he's on toward the church. He can just toss the C4 on toward the utility side. But Mira will go down though. Grim will come off to swing by, but he will get taken out eventually with the trade game coming on. But Alex able to take down the side of Discount. He was able to take down the side of Koosh. But right now in a 1v4 spot, that will be decided out Tivoli to finally take that one round in their side after a pretty long time, folks. After like the entire swap was made on the 4-3, it was 5-3 again towards the side of Bonvoyage. Again, the sixth round coming for the side of Bonvoyage. It's finally the side of Tivoli to win that one single defensive round after a really long break. After what, 3 defensive rounds? Yes.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can. Seconds to insertion. 5 seconds remaining. Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Hmm. 6-4 score line. Another match point opportunity still live for the side of Bonville to shut this down with a 7-4 score line. Now this time we see the side of Devils going in for Fenrir and sides are playing on the roam on the lounge area. But Return in play, trying to take out this shield over here. They know for a fact that there will be someone, but Knight comes in, takes on the side of Swiss. That's going to be Kali. What's that? And peek over the breach. Yes, it is.
Changing max.
Ah, good one. Yes, folks. It's still alive for the side of Heavily. They are, just making it look like, hey, we are in for another. We are still alive to take down Bonrush to the overtime rounds. Could have been Bonrush picks, but Noid stepping up, Dell stepping up as when possible. Especially in Noid, man. I have to give credit to dude. That guy is bonkers when it's needed, especially in those tight corners, in those tight situations where it's be close quarter combat. He is able to perform when it's needed. Backing on to the side of gym bedroom area. Hopefully, we might not see a very push down and aggressive play from side of Bonwell, because last time when they did it on the same objectives of Divoli to win that particular round. It's going to be a match point, folks. The last match point round. If Divoli is not able to win it, it's going to be Bonwell to shut this down on 7-5. But if Divoli wins it, we are going to see, for the first time for the entire today's play day, an overtime play coming in between the side of Bonwell and Divoli on the map of Clubhouse. Ooh, I am not really sure, man. I feel like they will try for that really rushed up, fast, charge up approach. One on towards him bedroom, trying to open up this main breach wall as well. Try to, just take control. If you are going in to open up the main breach and try to go on to take an entry and execution from here, just take the gym objective control as anyhow as possible. I know there will be photos getting made. I know there will be angles getting made, but you have to if you're going in for the main breach wall ready, main breach wall open. But let's see. We don't see anyone from the side of attacking going for a multiple angle approach. I want to see where are the other players. Like, most of the players are actually here on this particular angle, only on towards trying to just make this breach wall open. But for now, we finally see the change of decision. BMS going on towards the other side. We also see the side of the side of Discon helping on the side of Venoms to open up this ball again. And but Swiss will be able to take down the side of Azami yet again as he swings to take down another on towards CCTV, making it a 5v3 at 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Oh! Oh, nice one. Oh, no! Well try. How is that? Bunch of good highlights. I also say a bunch of good plays, man. We did saw in terms of both teams defending on the defender, we didn't saw that kind of overtaking, over aggressiveness that we saw in the past two maps. We did saw some classic seeds that they're trying to take down the vertical approach, as the objective on towards the side of basement, even sometimes around as the objective on towards the side of the bedroom. They were trying to take the mid on control with the construction, trying to push down from the breach area as well. This was a classic siege map that you want to see on a map like Clubhouse. But yes, for the side of Revolution, they were looking very shaky from the first round. They were looking like, yes, just a little bit clueless on how they wanna approach down the side of Born Voyage attacking when their defensive side was in play. We're also talking about for the side of Born Voyage, especially the Venom, especially the side of Swiss, the side of Fire. There were some really nasty players just able to get down the heads, able to get down the maximum of kills in this matchup as much as possible. But yes, in the end, I was a little bit scared that this might go on overtime. Actually, I wanted this match particular to go on overtime, and Rivalry was able to stop that entire momentum play coming in against the side of Born Voyage. But in the end, it was match point very early for the side of Born Voyage, so they got it in the end. Yep. Yeah.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
In the world of champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
Yes, sir. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yes, from the side of ITB Academy, we do see the side of Raiden coming up. And this is the same Raiden Falls which you saw in the intro video, in the Frag movie video on the entire break as well. That is the same guy who loves to play a lot of these operator and just swing with the kills. Zodiac, Ikari, Hova, Rorik. From the side of Inferior Esports, we do see Sograna, Penguin, Ben Archery, and Nautic to be among the 5 players. But yes, keeping all of the stats aside, man, I feel like on a map like Skyscraper, I'm that guy. I feel like on a map like Skyscraper, it's a not very balanced map, but a kind of a semi-balance. It doesn't like always like every other side always favors down the defensive side. There are a lot of vertical opportunities that you can open around and just cause a lot and a lot of trouble for all of the defenders. But there's that one thing that there are a lot of that close quarter combat angles which you need to take care of. This is not a map where you get a lot of opportunity to play on the long range side. So yes, you have to be very very careful where you are ADS at, where the traps are there, where are your Brava clutch drones are if you're trying to take out those those traps. But for now, folks, we'll go directly into the map. We'll see what kind of operator bans we see coming up from the side of ITB and Infuria. Yeah. Uh, yeah, and for the side of in the operator bands, apart from Dokubi, it's not surprising. Azami after she was introduced in year 7, it's oftentimes you see in the pro league as well. When there's a chance when these players can actually utilize her and make the most of it, they just show how Azami is playing a map like a skyscraper, and her Kiba barriers are way too, I would say, powerful when it comes down to these close quarter objective sites. talking about the other operators, pretty much it, folks. You know the drill. These are some of these operators. Valk, like you said, Valk, Monty can be very, very potentially dangerous for both sides. So they are just waiting for those bans. But talking about the operator lineup for the side of defense, now it is a close quarter combat setup in this entire map. Most of the sides are there, most of the angles are like that. So yes, you can actually go for a lot of these trap-based operators, a lot of these anti breach denial operators. We do see mute and kite together coming up big, big, because a lot of these walls can still get opened up to make unique line of sights possible coming down from the attackers. Talking about the side of Inferior Esports operator lineup in this first round attack, we got Demus, we got Ace, we got Buck, we got Talon Shield equipped with Osa, and of course, last but not the least, the Hammer Guy Sledge. He will get it. And there's a lot of these soft walls that you can just open and make these unique line of sights possible in this map. He will get his opportunity. Yeah.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Bomb located by attackers.
Not expecting that such an early kill would come off. As someone from the side of attacking, that was something. Coming on from the side of Rocket, we do see the side of Osa trying to make up a pressure point to just cause a little bit of distraction with the side of Smoke. But all of the toxic babes are getting laid on towards this brick stairs on the second floor right there. So a lot of this action has already been dealt on towards the restaurant stairs, and we'll call it the back stairs, as you can see in the game as well. But right now, Smoke has already done most of his work. For the side of the attackers, they need to rethink their approach, I guess, in the last 50 seconds. I'm not really sure if they will commit to this backstair push. It's better to push down from the drum room, or maybe just go back on towards the side of Kisha. But right now, a lot of time has been already wasted from the side of Inferior, to be honest. Nice one.
Changing mags.
15 seconds to go.
Oh!
Drop the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser.
What just happened? Amazing one. And why you want to take take the entry at the same time when your team is trying to get into that rotation? Or I mean, that was they were in a little bit of a hurry because of course 30 seconds were just left off, and you can't just do anything else to just get down and be in a little bit of hurry though. But hey, that was round number 1, folks. We have a lot of siege rounds left in this matchup between the side of ITB Academy and Fury Esports. But kudos, I would say, for the side of the Smoke was getting played up from the side of Raiden, I believe. Yeah, he was Raiden in the last round to do a lot of the work as he was trying to defend down towards the restaurant stairs. He was able to get the first pick for that, and so he was able to get the second one also. And with that, toxic in place, he was able to just waste a lot of these time of the attackers, not letting them in near as where the diffuser was dropped down.
5 seconds to insertion. Swapping mag. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
But
Is something coming?
for
Now,
now,
something is coming through now. I hope.
but for now,
Okay.
it's
Now
going to
finally
be a
someone
little bit of-
hears me. Beautiful. Thank you for saying that. I hope it doesn't be so far along. I'm back now. So, Academy, ITB Academy leads 1-0 here against Infuria. Pretty well played here by Eric Kari. What a beautiful play here with his triple kill, and also Hoover that immediately puts down to sleep the guy on the diffuser. Beautifully done there. Hopefully someone had up my stream as well, because then you had some audio from my side. But everything is clean now. Hopefully everything works. So let's see if everything sticks on through. We got the signal from the production. Everything is fine. Everything is perfectly well good. And now we are ready and set for round number 2. We got ourselves 1 minute lost from the clock, and there's still not much happening here by Infuria. I don't think they're right up promptly on their front side here. I think they're a little bit sleepy. Don't you think, my dear friend?
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me for the side of ITB Academy, I feel like they have a lot of the experience on a map like Skyscraper. Just taking all of the stats that they have on this particular team, that particular team, they feel like they are very much confident. Looking at how they have distributed themselves on the entire place. But right now, we do see the skeleton key behind the sushi, getting the work done, trying to just get the Mira Black window getting open. We do see the push coming in from the side of the Destiny's Chase, and that's going to be the first pick. Another pick coming off the chart for the side of Infuria Esports. ITB Academy defense, how they are distributing themselves, how they are just going in for these runouts. Like I said, they are looking very, very confident. Another kill off the chart. Be a little bit of this energy play might come in handy. And yes, it will be Vigil to finally take down the side of Moko Ben.
Like the pure audacity of Rorik just running out with 2 bullets in the chamber and just making sure that he gets the kill full and concluded before he goes back in. It's just the pure audacity is just insane. And also Zodiac, not afraid of taking gunfights. As you mentioned on earlier, they're not afraid of doing runouts. They're not afraid of doing challenges through window cases or long range fights. Don't outweighs through the building. That way, we got ourselves ITB in a lead of 2. I would say we were awaiting like a standoff like this happening, but still, there's a lot of rounds to still be played, and that way we are having an affair of saying ITB is in a very good start, but Infuria may be in the position of saying, okay, we can still wake up, but the wake up needs to happen now or at latest in the next 2 rounds, because else it will be a little bit too late for that. We know how fast rounds and score lines can go on Skyscraper, especially in the best of momentum, when one team is able to put in every single thing that they have from beginning to end, and one team is needing time to figure out a way of how should we approach this.
But definitely, it's you have to just get that wake up call that you're already down with 2 rounds. I mean, it's still round number 3, but if you're not able to get this done before round number 4 ends, round number 5 ends, attacker defender solve is already done, will be already too late. And for the side of ITB Academy, like I said, they are looking very much confident. How they are having the audacity to just go for a run out, then again go for the same pick onto the same angle here at this was off his balcony when the Vigil came off to pick up the last guy. They are just being so good at their entire distribution of proper operators roaming around all over the map of Skyscraper. So yes, Infuria Esports plays a little bit of that team coordination, a little bit of more of that drone work needs to be done together, that intel all around the site. Especially now we see the objective coming back to the ground floor.
It is, but I'm a little bit interested in seeing what it brings and takes here, because still Infuria is a little bit slow after my opinion, but still they're working on multiple I would say multiple fronts at once. That's a big impact and a big change for fact, but enlightens me a little bit and giving and having a little bit more hope. Now they're moving in, surely they're opening up these doors on the split, trying to find some areas and angles. It's Raiden finds the first once again, shutting down, making ITB Academy finding 3 opening frags in a row here in all 3 rounds, concluding so far. Fear is still, they're not awake, then there's also scared a little bit. I have a feeling of scariness that they not feel comfortable approaching these ITB Academy players as they may have wanted, as now Hoover finally gets dealt with by Nautic. But I must say that I feel that Nautic is the one and only players aggressive enough to go against these IDB Academy players. The rest of
True,
Infuri
true.
feels a little bit more like scared and are tensed off. As Moko Ben now finds two
Oh, nice
onto
one.
Akari Raiden.
Oh, Tyler,
Zodiac
no!
finds a double refrag back and concludes it into an equalization frag scenario onto 2 and 2 manpower. That's a big bummer. Especially, he is aiming perfectly onto Sigrona. Sigrona just doesn't get any hits dealt with. But Archery finds the first on Zodiac. Rorik finds Archery. And now we have a Sigrana against Rorik. Is Rorik able to find the last kill? Or is Sigrana able to pick up the diffuser?
Oh, no.
The diffuser is coming
no,
down,
what?
and he runs perfectly into the C4. How unfortunate! He wants to regather that diffuser, and he isn't fast enough. The C4 is getting detonated fast enough. And that way, we are shutting ourselves down. What a good wake-up call from the Fury, from the players. Come on, let's do something. Let's try something. No risk, no fun. No risk, no advantage to be gained. And after all, ITB Academy has their chills, has their calms, and the team communication may have been key. Just with saying, drop down, use C4 from below. He needs to gather that diffuser. He needs to do that and that. He does. He gets the C4 up on the ceiling and knocks him out. 3 is standing, and the Fury is not looking good still off this moment.
I would not gonna lie, that was like a not 1,000 IQ, but definitely a 500 IQ C4. Knew for a fact that he will get the rotation done on towards on where the the diffuser dropped down. He will go towards that particular angle. He just went wrong with it. He definitely didn't have the clear audio cue or the clear idea of where he will exactly be at. He definitely had the idea that he will pass that particular angle. He just went on with it. A good old classic round going back on toward the side of ITB Academy, and I feel like another huge momentum gain coming off to a team who is being so strong on the defensive side. But yes, again, I love to say for the fact that the side of ITB Academy, they are being confident. They have that confidence that they can take that solo gunfight and win those gunfight on towards the on against the side of Inferior. But the last round was completely very close for the side of Free Esports to also win against the side of ITB Academy, hoping to see they could do something similar and better in round number 4.
Definitely, they came up closer. That's for sure. They had a great chance there in round number 3. I hope they find some adaptation wise things to do more in round number 4, 5, and 6 now, because now it's the time to be needed to do something. Because if you fall off every single round that you lose from this point of now, hurts more and more. Like 3 until 4 round wins in the defense are like awaited from you in the defense on Skyscraper. 5 and 6, and you make it nearly impossible for the opponent team in a roll swap scenario to come back.
Right now, again, we might see a gunfight coming against it was Matrix actually, taking a vertical peek on towards the side of Mute, playing on towards the T room. But for now, we also see the side of Sargona, trying to open up some vertical line of sight possible.
There's still
Also, we do see, yeah.
I'm still missing those aggressive like cam roams from Infuri, and also I'm missing a little bit these aggressive pings coming in from the Deimos. You're bringing Deimos with a huge utility, a huge gadget with his spotting abilities, and also the revolver that he is putting out is such a big and harsh weapon, and I don't see the fact of them using it the way it should be used. There's no force being brought. They're not forcing the defenders of being needing to reattach it from new positions, needing to be moving. They can just stand still because Deimos is not doing much. Yes, he's spotting 1 or 2 guys in the time of the rounds, but he's not doing any harms with it. As Mokoben now finally finds a kill onto Raiden on that staircase, but the time is just gone too far as Rorik finds Penguin immediately, and we have ourselves a 3-on-4 with both Nartik and Hoover being low down. As I already said, Rorik finds now Nartik, Akani finds Mokoben, Archery against Hoover, finds the lowest of them all. He's held down on 80 HP, has had 3 opponents on full H against him. That is another round that will unfortunately, in the hands of thinking of Inferior, go in the hands of ITB, as there's no way he will clutch these positions because there's so many angles to behold
Wow.
at the same time, simultaneously, as Rorik finds the angle from below with the revolver, with the magnum, and shuts him down for good. 4-0,
I mean,
4-0 at the 4
4-0
rounds.
makes a huge but sorry to cut you out, man, but 4-0 makes a huge statement right there. But it's what it is right now, folks. Inferior Esports struggling a lot, and the point where you said, except for the side of Nartic, we don't see anyone having that confidence to take fight against any of the players coming from side of Inferior. Yes, they are now looking slightly better and better after each other round. That we see them coordinating a little bit better, trying to approach from different angles. Just cut out and isolated defenders, but it is what it is. The raw mechanical skills of ITB Academy is something that they are completely outplaying the side of Inferior Esports.
Yeah. And like we said, even though ITB is running off with a scoreline here with 4-all, they are, after the standings, they're the underdog. Of course, they're the favorites for this match and this map. But from the pure standings of our bracket so far in this stage, they are the underdogs because ITB is 6th place out of 8 and Inferior is 4th. Because Inferior won last week against NXT, and ITB, of course, lost. But who did they lost to? They lost to Wild. Before they lost to Wild, they had a 5-match winning streak on multiple maps. So they feel quite confident on multiple maps because they have the main team of ITB that they can scrim against. They have the same staff that they could potentially ask for advice in the perspective of strats or personal play styles or personal positionings. Or so there's like more utility in the back rooms that you can take advantage of in the hands of ITB Academy. So ITB Academy is a team that you really much need to take very serious because these players are, as of the players that we had in Wild Academy, these players are there in their positions because they have proven themselves on multiple occasions. That way they also have like resources that not normal players have, like in the name of Inferior. But look at those audacity plays against Raiden. Just moves freely engaged. He has 2 guys out of that Raiden window, but now he's getting shut down as Penguin finds Raiden, Nordic finds Hoover, and now we got ourselves a double opener in the hands of Inferior. May Inferior hear our calls of wake up, do something.
Wake up and do something right now. There's definitely a wake up call coming in for the side of Inferior, and they are able to get something out of it. But I said it too early. Rory gets one with that bossy echo. Penguin goes down. Come on, man. Rocky also takes it out. Come on, boy. You cannot lose your manpower advantage like that. We saved for some fun. I mean, but there's that.
You're setting force on ITB Academy. It finally functions, and immediately you're standing still. And what happens? You make even though ITB just lost 2 guys in their rosters, you have 2 more guys to just move freely through the top floor and just say, "Oh, there's one standing out the window. Oh, there's one standing on top of staircase," and just takes it. There's no harm coming in. It was even drowned out that there's a coming of bitches. You need to pre-aim those angles. Mokuban finally with the next answer onto Zodiac, as Rorik still moves completely freely here. Just watch your angles, guys, in the hands of Inferior. Arcani puts on archery. Sagrana knows for a fact where he is, as Rory picks up the next one once again there, and Sagrana is left against 2 completely alone. Needs to find some pressure points. Did not find the peak onto Rorik, as Rorik now withdraws his position and goes back onto top house stairs. Arcani is on the headline. Will roam into of a spot and finds Mokuban as he tries to roam through into displays and trying to push out that Virgil. Perfect timing with the last bullet connecting onto the head. And once again, ITB keeps their chills, keeps their calms, resaves that round with a huge clutch potential and leading up with 5-0. And that way, we may see a flawless first half sweep in the hands of ITB Academy. Maybe I do some caster's curse now, but it is one that I would say I will take for granted as Inferior may need one round to maybe get some more potential, maybe be a little bit more sure about themselves, find some confidentiality in themselves, to then do some power-ups in their own defense side holes. They have potentially 6 rounds for themselves, but against ITB Academy, if you really need to win 6 rounds straight in your own defense, it will be a very hard one.
I mean, that'll be a very hard and very long one. It will be very exhausting for the side of Media Esports to, get down 5 rounds back to back, then try to push in for the match point. And in this case, I feel like ITB, if you are able to do a 5-5 or maybe even get to 6-5, ITB will definitely push in for the match point victory, making a scoreline 7-5. They will definitely allow you to win maybe some of the rounds, but they will definitely not choke in a situation like this. I'm pretty sure about it. But for now, folks, last attacking round coming in from side of Infida Esports, and ITB will be looking out to make it a 6-0 as soon as possible. Not gonna lie, we do see what? No scope, baby!
I oh what
Man's that hot. Thing goes brr.
was that? A hip fire from a boss?
That was hip
G?
fire.
Okay, we can say many things, but Rory, okay, this was not a Twitch clip. This
look
was a PH clip for the adults out there that know what I meant.
Look at whom did he take down? Whom did he take down? That is not take to go down. That is not Archie. That is not Moko. That is not take. One of the top fraggers coming in from Furia. Oh boy.
It's the guy on the ash, the guy that needed to make some clearance, some rhythm floorage rounds good, but that is now falling away through their roster also there. And once again, he's in the top right position, falling through, and it does look good as Rorik is not finished, getting his second double kill here with these Boss G, like 2 rounds in a row. What a pure machine Rorik is, what a pure weapon. Archer finally finds his first kill onto Erkani, but Rorik isn't finished. Rorik is still up and hot, and he finds the downer onto Archery. He finds the kill, ready to fix up Moko, and Sograna once again all alone against 4. And this is definitely a clean sweep for the first half, because ITB won't give that away. They may lose 1, they may lose 2, but in the worst case, they lose 3, but they won't lose all 4 in the hands of Sograna and Furia. In fact, he doesn't lose a single one as Hoover shuts down Sograna and knocks down this hope Furia had for this 6th round as well. We have ourselves a clean sweep in the first half. Roll swap concluded. And we have a TB Academy in the attack now. 6-0 lead means also a match point for round number 7. And as you mentioned privately on this map that we had in match number 3, this could officially be the shortest game of this playday.
Yep, but ITB will be, definitely will be looking to, just shut this down. Like I said, as soon as possible, they're looking to shut this down now, making it a 7-0 now, folks, because how they're just being so confident to play Vigil with swinging around bosses and getting kills in hipfire. Tells a lot, man. Tells a lot about the individual play. Tells a lot about the entire confidence, the entire, I would say, the skill level of a team like ITB. Not going to lie. Right now, Fury Sports, yes. Is it that rotation getting blocked? What are they trying to do? They have Fenrir. They have a Rooney. They have the Surya Gate. They have the Solace as well. But they have more than actually 3 tab-based operators, though. That's interesting. They just want to hold on site, let the attackers come in. But you know what? They'll definitely rush down. They will definitely try to just over aggressively take down all of the possible defenders coming from the side of Infuria as soon as possible. Though they want to shut this down pretty quick. But we'll see.
You definitely have to look into perspective view that you try to shut them every single way possible, or the multiple ways possible that you can, to make it hard for ITB Academy to come from multiple sides. You definitely need to try and force them on to come the way and also enter the way that you want them to. That way you bring a lot of traps. As Agrana finally finds an opening frag against Zodiac. Soul is in the building, in the hands of Infuria. Warwick on that finca. He hears some sounds. He knows for a fact there is someone coming from house stairs, but he doesn't look
Good
in the
one.
right way as Nartic shuts him down. And Infuria looks better now in the defense. Meanwhile, LTB Academy now looks like, okay, let's just try and finish this up. This is not controlled as I was waiting for, but still there's a lot of potential still left in the hands of ITB Academy, so that I'm not worried as of the moment. And I'm pretty much happy for Inferior that they finally got another kickoff round with double opening frag in their favor. Maybe this is a turning potential.
Turning potential, but till when, man? I'm not gonna lie. Please don't get me wrong, but I don't see Inferior Esports pushing up till down to 6-6, man. That is something looking
Me
almost
neither.
impossible.
Me
Almost
neither.
impossible. No disrespect
is.
to the side of Inferior, but it is almost impossible that you're gonna take down a team like ITB Academy, whom they were just you were not able to just shut them down on their attacking side, on their defensive side. At
would
least two
just-
rounds, at least one rounds. Not gonna lie, at least 1 or 2 rounds. But right now, of course, you might get 1 or 2 rounds because it's your defensive play. But making a victory, trying to go on towards overtime seems kind of impossible to me.
As Raiden shuts down Sograna for the first, now we have them trying to come in here and conclude something. We have the same take by ITB now that we had from Inferior in round number 3 that went horrendously wrong because Mokoben was looking in the wrong direction. Akari makes it equal in with Kingpin, and Raiden and Hoover makes everything right with the trade. Archery making Mokoben down. Archery getting Hoover. Plan is concluded, and now we have a 2-on-2 situation. The plan is concluded. Also, both guys out of the ways, out of the positions. A very confident feeling here with the hands of Raiden. Plan is continued. Only 21 seconds left. You need to get onto the diffuser. 18 seconds left. 15. 10 seconds left now to come onto that side. Akari makes down Nautic. And it's only left on the hands of Archery as Raiden shuts him down. So perfectly sweep here by ITB Academy. Fighting themselves back in another type of way. Once again, ITB Academy gets shut down and shortened down with a double opening frags in hand of Infuriate. And once again, they fight back. And ITB Academy just perfectly proves why they are an academy team of a T1 organization. And what a bombastic match that was, with a pure force dominance show by Heroic, especially with these bullets flying through the barrel of the Boss G. With all due respect, Infuriate, there's a lot of things that you can learn from ITB Academy. You may have brought Mayhem onto Sigoparas for the 14 days prior, but you did not bring any Mayhem onto ITB Academy, that's for sure.
I mean, by the looks of when it went down till 3-0, I was hoping maybe a comeback would be in play from the side of Furia, sorry. After it went down to 5-0, yes, I was still optimistic. But after it happened 6-0, not going to lie. And plus how just ITB Academy was, distributing themselves, just being so confident all on the map, just being so confident to take the solo gunfights in their favor.
Yeah.
The reason they are coming in from a T1 roster.
There are definitely multiple things that maybe played into these cards that may have brought problems for Inferior. Yes, it is late in the evening. Maybe some of the guys had a long day. Maybe they had done scrims earlier or played ranked or whatsoever. Because I had a feeling of some of them felt very sleepy, not quite ready. Meanwhile, RTB Academy looked like they just woke up 5 minutes ago and are completely energized and hyped up and ready for this. That may because they lost points against Wild last week, and they really needed and said, okay, we want these points and we want to make a dominance show because of they only need points, but they also got rounds in differential with a 7+. That's a great deal with also 3 points in the same package. So GG well played in the hands of ITB Academy. I just also say GG well played in the hands of Infuria, even though there is some time that you need to go back into this VOD, look upon what you did wrong, where you should have adapted a little bit more, what things that you can change for the next playtime on Skyscraper. There's a lot of things that you can deal on the drawing board. I wish you great luck of that. For that sake, say we will cut this off very early off. We have concluded all match days, all matches for this match day, I mean. So I was still Mighty. happily to be here. Thanks for Voltage for having us. Also, big shout out and thanks for both our producer and observer to help us out here, so that we are all here to be needed to be casting, not only to exit to be observing and producing. I was, as I said, Mighty, happily to have you, Bullet. Hopefully, we see each other in the future. And that was all from my side.